Welcome to Clixed Off, brought to you by Lucky Dice Cafe out of Huntsville, Alabama. Check them out at LuckyDiceCafe.com. And now for your hosts, Daniel Powell, Jason Alvey, and Tyler Spees.
Hey everybody, welcome to Clixed Off today. This is your host Daniel Powell speaking. Just want to let everyone know that Clixed Off is brought to you by TrollandToad.com, the world's largest Heroclix retailer. Find Heroclix new and old on Troll and Toad and use coupon code CLIXEDOFF for 5% off your Heroclix order. Merchant and pre-order items do not apply. If you like what you're hearing today on Clixed Off, check us out. We would appreciate your support on our Patreon, patreon.com/ClixedOff. $1 and above gets entered into our monthly giveaways. $5 and above gets entered into our exclusive Heroclix Discord server for Heroclix strategy and tactics, and direct access to other patrons and the team for building team building strategies and play strategies. And joining me today, let's see. So the order thing. I have to say Jason's not here. So for next up, order of operations would lead me to Tyler. I don't have anything for you this week, Spees.
Hey.
and then Alex. Oh gosh, I don't know. I've been busy this weekend, Coos.
Something about Shake Shack.
Yeah.
I've been busy this week. Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. I had a busy weekend. So, and then the one I do have one for, because I can just use what he uses, is Scott Company Cramton.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
What is Cram Company?
So it's my last name. Shockingly, this is
that.
20 years in, and you're the first person to ask. But,
okay.
I used to make cards in high school, like birthday cards for everybody, and I was trying to figure out like a name for it, like a, you know how like cards in the back would say like Hallmark. So somebody told me to put like Cramco on it. And then I couldn't buy Cramco.com because it's also a furniture maker, Kremler Co. So I ended up kind of going elongating it to Cram Company. But yeah, it's just, I make a lot of companies too. It kind of fits me, I think. Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of it.
All right, fair enough.
Cool.
Cool.
So, Scott, I have a creative question for you. So,
okay.
I know we do our full interviews, and you've been on before, so you've already had all of that. But I saw that you came on February 29th-ish, 28th-ish of 2020. So I'm pretty sure that you being on Clixed Off last year caused the quarantine.
It did not. It was Adam Cole. But I was the source of the quarantine from Adam Cole, yes. I was the direct person.
So the question is, so I did talk to our nasty-ass wrestling alligator today, okay, Mr. Chomps. Okay. And he was wondering, because he's a little upset about quarantine still. They haven't approved a vaccine yet for nasty-ass wrestling alligators. So he was wondering, would you rather wrestle Mr. Chomps, the nasty-ass wrestling alligator, to the death, or never have awesome D&D sessions with highly skilled DMs?
I would, so you're talking about, of course, CampDNDonline.com, my new company, that's going very well. And yes, I would gladly, fight to the death rather than give up Camp D&D Online. But if the logo had turned out a little worse, I probably would have just said the reverse. But the logo did look really good. So
right there on the cusp. That was the tipping point, huh?
There's a tipping point between my life or death. I don't want to lose the logo. It's
That's
too
fair.
good. It's too good. I've done too much, man. I've done too much. We just secured Evermore to film for season 2, and I'm really excited about that. Get to film in a theme park.
That is, I don't know what that is, but sure.
It's a theme park, a D&D theme park in Salt Lake City.
Oh, I thought you meant the band.
I
That
just
would be
secured
cool,
the
too.
band Evermore.
Yeah, it's like okay,
Let's
cool,
go.
neat. That's good, I guess. All right.
Oh my god, I can't remember. Is that the Wake Me Up Inside band or?
No.
Oh, that's
Wait, no, that's
Evanescence.
Skillet. Wake Me Up Inside is Skillet, isn't it?
No.
I don't know.
Can't wake
Evermore
up.
is.
Inside.
Is it Wake Me Up When September Ends? Because that's Green Day.
All right, now I'm gonna.
Is there? I don't see a band. I'm looking. I'm on Spotify. There is a band called Evermore, but like, I mean, there's 100 bands called Evermore, and I've never heard of this one.
They're from Australia or New Zealand. New Zealand.
Yeah, Evermore has the highest total is. Oh no, I guess they have 8 million.
Oh, Taylor Swift's album was Evermore. I heard that she was suing them. Or no, they were
Yes.
suing her. Something like that.
Yes. So this is true. Evermore kind of went like they were like, maybe we'll try to do a frivolous lawsuit on Taylor Swift because this went wrong. And then they tried to sue Taylor Swift, and Taylor Swift is like, this is a frivolous lawsuit. I'm coming for everything.
Oh my God.
And she's suing them, and she's trying to get it to be a class action lawsuit with a bunch of other artists, claiming that they use their music in the thing. And it is a really frivolous lawsuit because like they're a theme park,
Yeah.
and she wrote an album that has nothing to do with it.
Right.
You can't sue
Yeah.
somebody for that. They were just hoping she'd settle, and it went really, really badly.
Okay. Fun fact of the day there.
They're
Oh
fun-
wow! So I'm looking at the thing here, and I was really, really taken aback there for a second. I thought I was on the wrong website because it was ran by Princess Amal.
Oh, no,
And if
that's one of our games is Princess Amal. It's a kind of like a person that was a spy that's used to be a princess and now is a spider, and you get trapped.
Spoilers.
Spoilers. There's a little bit of spoilers, and Tyler backed it actually, so he might actually play that section.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I'm gonna get my.
Well,
all my
if you look at the graphic on the website too quickly, AMAL becomes something else.
Yeah, that came up later too. We've internally been calling it Princess Anal as well. So yeah,
That is definitely a different website that I'm sure.
that is, which
Yeah,
is why we
it's,
didn't name the website after that. We could
That's
not
a good
get
Good call. Good call.
Unfortunately, Tyler owns that website.
Yes.
I'm saving it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, that looks cool. So it's like $25 a session type thing. It looks like.
If you pay it like the max, like if you kind of buy it like one at a time, yeah. But it's a lot cheaper if you kind of buy it more in bulk. But yeah, basically, what it is you can go and play Dungeons and Dragons when you want to play. For example, I have a routine game on Monday, and today 2 people didn't show up out of 8, so they canceled it after waiting around for 40 minutes. So it's those kind of things where I like Dungeons and Dragons, but like it's frustrating to be able to get a game together. And then if you're the one getting the game together, you're usually the dungeon master. So these are professional actors, they're voice acting, and they put together these well-rehearsed campaigns. And you can just sign up and, go when you want. It kind of plays out, it looks like more like a movie theater, a Peloton sign up where you just look down, you're like, I'll go to the 7 o'clock one, and boom, you're in. And the only problem right now is we're really, really sold out, and we keep adding sessions and we keep selling out. So,
Wow.
yeah, it's been great. It's been great. We're already almost completely sold out for this weekend, and we're trying desperately to add more sessions and more. We're hiring now for wave 3 of Dungeon Masters because we're just at capacity. So it's been really awesome.
That's so cool.
Yeah, well, that's awesome.
All right.
So today we are starting. Well, for the listener, this will be one contiguous episode, which Jason Alvey will be joining at some point, hopefully. So we're going to start our new comprehensive format for set reviews.
Mega episode.
Mega episode with just a couple of the caveats here. We are about a week out from the pre-release, and we still do not have the Super Rare Prime, the Sword of Athena equipment, and I think we are missing a few of the legacy cards as well. Yep. So we might do a Mentia or an add word, whatever, an addition, suffix to the addendum. That's the word I was trying to say. Towards in another episode next week, we're going to work with what we've got, and then if the Super Rare Prime or the Sword of Athena makes things crazier, or even one of the legacy cards, we'll go back and talk about it again. So, but we want to go ahead and get done what we can get done here. So, because we've waited too long, I think we are the last popular Heroclix podcast to do their set review. So, let's get going. So, right out of the gate, right? So we talked about talking about the shifting focus Wonder Womans all as a complete unit. So that is 001 Wonder Woman. So just to start off, they are all 75 points, 7 clicks, different ranges, different combat values. They can all start with the Wonder Woman equipment. And then we did get the new Wonder Woman ally team ability, which is super senses on a 6. With, if you already have super senses, you get a +1 to the roll. So we've got, so what are all the shifting focus ones? The common Wonder Woman.
There's a rare and a super rare, I think. There's 3.
There's not an uncommon one?
I don't think so. Nope.
No, there's he's right.
That's weird.
Yep.
Well, it's because with this set they're doing like so many different mechanics, shifting focus, secret identities, sidekicks. So they're trying to fit all of that into this one set.
Right, because we get one DC set a year. It seems like
sort of.
Yeah, unfortunately. So the rare one, the uncommon one, and then the super rare one. Is that the non-prime one?
It's the armor one. I think it's the last. Yeah, the last 62.
62. So
there are 10 Wonder Woman in this set, not counting legacy cards.
Well, that makes sense. It is the Wonder Woman set.
It does. I don't know if there was 10 Superman in the Superman set.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they might have to flesh it out a little.
What did I see today from Rob Peterson that in the year like 2012 they made 50 Batmans or Bruce Waynes?
Really?
So, I mean,
that's true.
It's possible. So, shifting focus Wonder Womans.
Yeah, and shifting focus obviously leads itself to having multiple of the same figure. So, I mean.
Right. So the equipment, right? So so there's a lot to deep dive here on right out the gate. So Lasso of Truth, in cap with a range of 4 is a free action. When an equipped character uses it, if they have Wonder Woman team ability, each opposing character adjacent to the original targets also become targets. So it's kind of like a energy explosion in cap.
It's a free energy.
As free with a range of 4. Then we get the Wonder Woman bracelets. That gives you super senses that is protected outwit. And then
it's only protected outwit if you have the Wonder Woman 2 ability.
Yeah. No, right, you get the Wonder Woman team ability, but if you have it printed on your base, your super senses gains protected outwit.
Yep. So Wonder Woman gets a 4 through 6 if you equip her with her.
Right, and then the golden armor, invulnerability, flight, and then they take a maximum of 1 damage from attacks.
If they have the team ability,
if it's... Oh, hold on, yeah. If the equipped character has the Wonder Woman team ability, no, they don't have to have it printed.
Oh,
they could be wild carding it, and is on their starting click. They take a maximum of 1 damage from attacks.
Very cool.
So kind of like a protected. Yeah. PS4 Spider-Man loves a lot of these things.
Yes.
He very much does.
But so as we get further in the set, right? Like I don't want to. So I'll give our standard caveat that all figures are playable in casual, and we do our set reviews with a slant towards competitive play. So if we,
there are some that are just bad. Most are playable.
There's some unplayable.
99% of Heroclix is playable casually or at the kitchen table. So what are we seeing with these shifting focus ones? I'll say the first thing that pops out to me, right, is carrying up a Wonder Woman, free EE in capping, and then shifting focusing her out to something a lot more robust.
Which can also free in cap.
Right. Yeah, you can. So you could switch to the thing is, you start with the in cap one with the 12 attack. You either running shot in cap with her if you want, or you can carry her up an in cap. Then you switch to the defensive one, which is the super rare, and they get to start the game then with any object. So whenever you switch out, the gimmick with these, whenever you switch out, the object doesn't fall like it normally would. It's actually removed from the game, and then whenever they switch in, right, they can bring out an equipment from outside of the game. So then she could start with the in cap thing. She in caps again, and then she free actions to switch to the armor.
It's crazy that doesn't count as doing the same free action twice.
That's what I was going to say. It does. So as far as we know, the free actions that they take will still carry over.
No,
that doesn't carry over.
Yeah, that doesn't carry over between shifting focus.
Yeah, for some reason that is true at this exact moment, but we're also making some assumption on old rulings too, right?
A little bit. I'm not sure if there's a shifting focus in the new non-comprehensive rulebook. I don't know if there's a shifting focus section.
There is not, so we'd be waiting on the comprehensive rulebook. If you were to, talk about this from a normal human being's perspective, like just trying to explain the game, and you're like, you can only do the same free action once. You can't do the same free action twice, right? And then you're like, unless you shifting focus.
Yeah, because it's a different character.
But wait a minute. Isn't there...
I feel like the more you're talking about it...
What are the things that do... I'm feeling dumb here, then. What are the things that do carry over?
Being carried carries over.
That's so dumb. That's like massively dumb.
There's 3 things. Being carried was one of them.
Yes.
I feel like there was...
Because the trick is you could do it with the old man Spider-Man or Fat Spidey, where he can place you.
Oh, yeah.
And then you can attack because
so here it is.
It was a different character that was placed. I will be surprised if they allow this in the new things are supposed to be simpler. And if they do allow it, I'm going to be like, well, I thought things were supposed to be simpler. Because that is not obvious to anyone. I don't know why it would work like that.
I think they'll allow it. Because it is a different character. Go ahead, Alex.
So real quick, the 3 things that happen when a character is placed, that's the key thing with this. It's that if they have action tokens, those basically go over to, like, they still have the same action tokens. If they were given a costed action this turn, the replacement character is considered to have already gotten a costed action. And then if they were carried, then they're considered to have been carried.
Oh, so
those are the only 3 effects carry over. No other effects of any kind that apply to replacement characters start applying to the replacement character. Replace to replacement.
So, like, you can't, if you outwitted Wonder Woman's Invincible, or Wonder Woman's, I don't know, like prob on a shifting focus character, the next shifting focus character also has prob, that one was never outwitted.
Right.
Which is so dumb.
It's a little complicated, and then the equipments with these ones add a lot of it. It's very confusing that like when you switch it out, it's removed from the game, and then when you bring in the other one, you can bring it back from being removed from the game, and then you can switch that out with another one while removing it from the. It is weird. It's kind of clunky how that works, but
so for 75 points for a double in cap for free.
But you give up points though.
No, you do. I think you do.
You give up points for the object. Anytime something's removed from the game, it's KO'd. So you are technically giving up points for KOing the object, unless they start the game with it. So I guess that's where the free is.
No. So if the okay, you're right. Yeah, if you shifting focus, it unequip KOs the object. So shifting focus costs you.
No.
It doesn't unequip. It's just removed from the game. And for
but it literally says and don't score it.
Oh, does it say that?
Yeah, literally.
No, that's if you shifting focus.
Like special power says remove the object from the game and don't score it instead of unequipping it.
Okay. No, that's not on that's not on the shifting focus though, is it?
It's on her power.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That makes so much more sense now.
There we go. Okay, I see it there. All right. So
now, even in the best case scenario, it's probably not good enough.
Okay, so is the best you can? So that's what I was getting ready to say. Is the best you can give me is a double in cap?
It's a double AOE in cap.
Is that the best? Is that the best you got for me?
And I mean,
she has a 19 defend.
Yeah, the super is good.
Ooh, okay,
and then she has she's only going to take 1 damage the next turn with invuln.
So defense values don't matter particularly.
I don't think that is true.
Because we do play a dice game, right? The only times I think that it matters is when you have I think it only particularly matters powerfully. I'll say that. It only matters powerfully so whenever like you can't increase your combat value. So like your 20 defend and Nighthawk Prime. Right, where you're forcing continual 9s.
Well, no. Like a 19 is just better than an 18. Like that's good.
A 19 is better than 18. Is it better like 75 points in the highest level of competitive? In my opinion, no, because I think in-cap has taken like this huge step back, right? I mean, like do this to a Fantastic Four team and assume you hit.
Yeah.
That Fantastic Four team gets a rollout for each individual character at the beginning of their turn that you can't do anything about.
Yeah.
And then the Giants.
And what you're saying with that is because just for everybody at home, it's the fact that Franklin Richards Rare gives out power cosmic energy to the whole team, which they can take off tokens.
Yeah, so it's probably not good enough.
We should note that Adam Freeman said this is one of the best figures in Heroclix. I just want to point that out.
He did. He was under the assumption too that you can when you in cap you can just do damage instead, which isn't true. I don't think.
No.
I think he misread that. So, but
they haven't officially ruled that, so he is probably right at this exact moment, or could argue it to be right.
So
maybe.
So the only time that I think that when Adam thinks that a figure is really good, it typically gets errated or clarified to not be that way. Except in the case of Vulture, because WizKids loves Vulture.
True. All right.
Michael
so if it's only good because in-cap does damage, then we are fairly certain that in-cap is not going to do damage in the new rules.
I think it's fine. I think
it's not as good as people think it is. People are talking about it a lot. I mean, the number one isn't even good, period, right? Like, it's basically, you would almost never go to it.
And also, just for the leadership, basically.
That's a really terrible option.
Yes, I agree.
Does that.
The super rare only has 2 damage with blades.
Yeah.
But it also only works once because they only start the game once. So when you switch them in, they start the game and then you can equip them. But then if you switch them in again, they don't. That's not them starting the game, so they don't get to equip at that point. So it's kind of just one time. So it's probably not good enough.
Yeah, I don't think I see it. Guys.
Oh wow, that is. I have not heard that, Tyler.
Yeah. Because
Wonder Woman begin to turn on the map, replace her with another character with this trait. Wonder Woman use shifting focus. Wonder Woman, while equipped with the Wonder Woman equipment, may remove that object and don't.
No, it's the first one. Wonder Woman may start the game.
Yeah, no, I thought maybe the other thing would cover it, but you are correct. Unless they rule that they all start the game, that I would downgrade the figure to worthless.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah, so I mean, they would have to rule that when you shifting focus, you're starting the game over again.
Which I feel
I can't imagine them ruling that, right?
Which that sounds really bad because there's lots of things that have global effects when you start the game. So I can't think it off the top of my head, but I think like ID cards that are in Bronze Age, not Silver, suddenly do crazy shit, right? Like stuff I don't even think about because I don't play Bronze, but
I think she's probably not good enough.
Wow, yeah. Well, that's relieving because I really hate double in cap. It's an annoying, unfun thing.
Haven't you been trying to build this team for 5 years?
Me, yeah. Okay. Because it can break everything, but the very second that everybody gets a rollout at the beginning, like everybody has leadership. I've been playing with the new rules for about 2 months now, or basically since they started the very first thing, we added it to our thing and blah, blah, blah. And on average, you get 4 a turn. That's how many I've been seeing as the average. 4 rolls a turn for people to remove a token.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, between leadership being so much more powerful since 2017 and the power of cosmic energy stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, allied soldier?
Probably not, but at least past, I mean, anything that has enhancement or increases damage value, right, has at least above trash consideration.
This is the third best enhancement piece for 20 points or under, definitely.
I think this might be the best sidekick in the set.
Okay.
I mean, obviously enhancement is good, right? You play 3 of these guys at 10 for 5, that's fine. I don't think it's that great, but you can also make them later on with like leadership and stuff. And it has soldier and pastor okay keywords, especially if you're going to play like, you know, Mephisto or the guy who makes these, and there's good soldiers out there. It's just the best because it's a 20-point enhancement piece, and I don't think any of the other ones are good.
It's so tough because Human Torch is 20. The unpainted Human Torch is 20 points with much better stats, with free barrier, with a stop click, and has the enhancement and 3 damage. He's almost the same character, but better anyway.
This guy's not going on a team that doesn't have a sidekick component to it. Like no sidekick is. But I think as a sidekick, just because of enhancement, he gets a lot. And he's got running shot, he's got 10 attack. It's not bad. It's not like, German soldier.
Yeah, German soldier's bad.
I don't understand. They just gave us like really good 10-point figures the last set, and all of the sidekicks in this set look like they were made 4 years ago. Like, why does this guy have 9 attack? When's the last time I saw a 9 attack figure?
My theory would be that they thought sidekick would be more of a thing than it is.
Maybe.
And in a 500-point game, sidekick is kind of amazing. But
maybe you only have 5 actions.
Fair.
Maybe they just want it. Maybe they just want it easier when you're playing Ares, and be like you're always choosing allied, and then they get a really crappy German soldier.
Maybe they just couldn't like make the German soldier as good as the allied soldier, or else people get mad at them. So they had to.
Maybe WizKids is an American company, and they knew what side won in World War II. Yeah. So you know what's up.
Right. Another side.
So Amazon Warrior. Charge. I mean, she's cool if you get her generated, right? This is the one that the common Wonder Woman generates, right?
Somebody generates them.
Yeah.
The first one.
Click one. Yeah.
The first one.
So that's cool. I mean, free little 4-click figures is going to be good as long as you're with your AOE in capping.
Vill's 10 points. Why is this piece 20 points? Why is this double?
Wait, what was the? So what's the one from Fantastic Four that's 10 points? Mick or Vil?
He's 10 for 2, but he has close combat expert.
He's not. He's 11 for 3.
Yeah, he's close combat expert and toughness the whole time.
But there's no move and attack though.
Yeah, but she's got 2 damage.
Well, I also
on average, just 2 Vils will take out an Amazon warrior all day.
Yeah.
I also think they were building this with the title character in mind.
Yeah.
That we'll talk about later. Like, you can't have a bunch of 10-point Amazons that are pretty decent because you could just stack the whole team in that super rare and be like, okay.
15 points.
I'm not sure if you want to get this mad at Amazon Warrior when there's so many other figures to be more mad about.
Yeah, I think I think Amazon Warrior's solid. It's not amazing, but
it is an 18
solid.
Up close. I do want to put that out there. 18 with the roll 6 super senses.
Yeah.
There's a world in which I play that. That is backwards world where I play bad things. But
I would be disappointed when this figure 4 years ago. So I just don't get it. All of them. They just seem like they threw the point system that they've used for 3 years out the window.
I love that you think they've been using a point system.
Just really quick to mention, if you play Spider-Man, these guys have the Wonder Woman team ability, so then it is a 4 through 6 rollout, so that's pretty okay.
So here, and I don't want to jump too far ahead, right? But I'm thinking in the back of my head. So PS4 Spider-Man, or at least what you've been telling me, and what you, Tyler, and PJ have been telling me. I mean, all this shit sucks, dude.
Okay,
right?
That's fine. We can move.
I mean,
you can move on past. We could.
I just want to go ahead and say there's a color on this where the Secret Six chases outwit your shit across the map. You don't get protected outwit, safeguard outwit, and a Sky Tyrant, whoever the fuck that is, comes over and flurries you, and you just lose because then he yeets himself back 48 squares. He goes down to the
kill him 7 times.
He goes over to the BR tables, right?
Let me
you
ask,
can't even get to him.
Let me ask: are we surprised though? WizKids explicitly told us, "Yo, we're making everything below super rare, basic."
I'm surprised because Vil exists, because these guys are 10 points
Vil is worse
for no reason.
He has no move and attack.
There's no
I don't know.
They're on the same level to me because they don't have if you're just stuck with Vil or for whatever reason, it's just worse.
Can't they all be bad, guys? Couldn't they all be bad? I mean, realistically.
Sure.
Can't Vil be bad, but also this be terrible? Isn't Vil not good enough, but also this other stuff is even worse somehow?
Scott, I'm blaming you for making me be bad here, right? Because I typically try to at least say something good, but
Amazon Warrior helps empower women.
No, she doesn't. She
all right,
women back.
This is making me remember House of X.
Oh, she's got 3 range.
I'm just wondering about the Amazon keyword. I don't know enough about this set, playing wise, to be Amazon might be an okay keyword.
It is not.
It might.
Because this gal doesn't at least. I mean, the only hope so far that we've seen against Secret Six is Bishop Prime, and one of the obnoxious maps that we have.
Okay.
So DMA agent at least can't be outwitted by Scarab because he has stealth.
Oh, is that true? Maybe it's true. Okay, let's go to the other crappy Amazon.
Yeah, we skipped Amazon of Banal.
That's the other
Dana
McDowell.
It's the inverse of this. Is the running shot, but energy shield.
Yeah.
Which,
Allied Soldier, except for it doesn't have the thing that makes Allied Soldier even okay.
It's not a good helper. It's an attacker. And like in this day and age, do you really want to spend an action making this thing attack?
My biggest problem with sidekicks is their action economy is so awful. And that's like
there is, and the only thing that's going to make them better, right, precluding Doom 67, is if there's a captain that makes them autonomous.
Then they break. If that happens,
yes,
they're broken. But until
if there's a captain that makes them autonomous, I will play Doom for the rest of until he is retired. Straight up.
Which I think is what you should be doing anyways. But
I do not think that, but I'm not a big Doom fan. I think
Doom thinks anyone who plays him as garbage.
I do see WizKids maybe making a captain that says like free action, make an adjacent sidekick autonomous for this turn.
Maybe something like that.
I could see them do that, and that's not crazy broken.
It's got to be global.
Well, yeah, if you want to break shit, yeah. I'm saying if you want something that actually is going to be probably in the game, is that version.
Can we just take just a moment and say that like Amazon of Bana Migaldol or whatever it is, no disrespect to the Amazons of the world, is 20 points. Commissioner Gordon is 25.
Oh my god.
Like, just think about that. Like, is there ever been more of 5 points that makes a figure better?
That's the biggest 5-point gap I've ever seen.
That's the biggest 5-point gap. Like,
the entire meta can fit in that gap.
And then Tyler, look at me with a straight face and tell me that they do anything revolving a point system.
Yeah, that's a good argument against it.
Even at 20, right? So let's just say even at 20, like over the years. I'm just gonna. I punched it into the realms here. Mudman.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. High evolutionary prime.
Great.
Groot.
Yeah, obviously. Even orange Proteus. Right.
Yep. Sinister Clone is better. I want to put that out there. Sinister Clone. I played some Sinister Clones recently. Do not ask me why. And I was kind of impressed. I'm like, these guys stay around. They have, shape change. They have stealth. They have 4 range. I'm like, that's not the worst.
That's right. I'm just real quickly. I want to name a couple other cool ones. Just within the past 6 years or so. Night Nurse.
Yeah.
Split Lip.
Oh yeah.
I'm not even going back to the ancient times.
These figures are 4 years old, is what I'm saying.
Well, these are generics, right? They're just meant to be generated for the most part, or they're meant to be like you cursing the world when you pull them in sealed.
Yeah,
that's true. Where you're like, I'm in a battle royale and I get past like 3 of these or something. I don't know.
Oh gosh, if I get past 3 of these, if I have to play 3 sidekicks in a battle royale like this, I'm probably just pushing to the center and hoping for the booty prize.
All right. True or false statement. From Explosion, you would rather have Destiny.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Easily.
There you go.
Man.
Oh, Destiny's just legit. Like, today I would play Destiny on a team.
Really?
Yeah, Destiny.
With Super Senses and the Brotherhood team. That doesn't matter, but there you go.
Yeah.
I'm debating if I should try to make an argument that Vampire Lackey is better, but I don't think so. It's close.
Close. All right, there's a discussion to be had. All right.
Does anybody does someone generate the Amazon of My Doll?
One of the other weird Amazons. Antelope, I think, does. Yeah.
No, Antelope doesn't.
No.
No.
I know somebody does.
Yeah, I feel like maybe we'll get to them.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, all right, we'll get there. Gorilla Knight.
Okay.
You keep skipping.
Knight.
We're not
talking
DMA.
DMA. We already did.
Did we?
That was it.
Okay.
Nothing.
We were talking about the Amazon My Doll. We didn't talk about DMA. I mean, it's.
I said he can't be outwitted by Scarab.
Yep.
He did say that.
You found something nice to say about a shitty present.
Okay.
Gorilla Knight is just Vil for double the points.
Yep.
With the exact same stats.
But this one ignores elevated.
That is true.
For
Solid
10 points.
Point. All right, Minotaur. We could talk about Minotaur.
At least he has blades. That is.
Yes.
And he's.
Charge blades, and he moves through blocking for 10 points. Like, that's.
Hold on. He ignores outdoor blocking. So he doesn't bus blocking.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, it says here on Realms.
Yeah.
It just says no. He ignores outdoor blocking.
We're on the actual unit section, not the thing. And it says I'm pretty sure he busts through.
This character moved through blocking terrain immediately after movements resolved.
Oh, really?
Blocking
Makes
terrain.
no sense for a boulder. This makes more sense.
I mean, this is if you're building a sidekick team, I think you're building it around Minotaurs because the Minotaurs cannot actually be ignored. And Blades, this is the heyday of Blades. Not since Indie Clix has Blades been so prominent or so important. Tell me how you get to 6 damage. Like nowadays, 6 damage is so hard.
Animal and monsters both gotten some love. There's some brutes out there. Yeah, this might be better.
Are you playing Minotaur or Wendigo on your animal or monster team?
Only if you're playing a sidekick. Only if you're I'm committed to playing the sidekick thing. This is the only good one that you could potentially build around, in my humble opinion. And yet you still shouldn't do it because it's too expensive and not good. Right. Sidekicks in general just haven't worked. But this is the best one if you want to give it a shot.
I think the Fantastic Four ones are the best ones, to be honest. They're half the points.
Yeah,
they're 10 points, but this one, I can ignore them. Except for Artie, who does triple target mind control, and who's the other one I can't ignore? I can't even remember.
The aquatic ones.
Yeah, they're okay, but I can't ignore a Minotaur because he can hit me for 6. He can hit me for 5 or 6, and there's a likelihood he's hitting me for 4.
The lower the point cost to figure, the higher their blades rolls. That's proven.
Oh, that's a fact.
Mm-hmm.
Science.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. So he's
all right. So out of the sidekicks,
I think I might like the other one more just because they can all deal 5 damage, so you can't ignore them either. But either one, they're both the best and not good.
Cersei. So I can't Cersei's that's nothing to me.
It's 50 points, TK.
That defense slot is empty.
It is empty. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
She's got stealth though.
Stealth.
Guys, I can't bring myself to talk about her more.
Deal. I accept that deal.
Yeah, that's fine.
Diana Prince, and here's the thing: there's a sidekick. They introduced sidekicks in this set, and then Diana Prince doesn't get autonomous like freaking Mary Jane does.
Yep.
That's true.
Maybe they learned from that mistake.
Fair, she is more expensive.
Well, yeah, but Eddie Brock is autonomous, and he's amazing.
Yep.
All of the Spider-Man ones. All of the Spider-Man.
Nobody played him, but I'm saying he's way better.
Don't say he's amazing if no one's playing him.
I think he's really good.
He's amazing, but not on my team.
He's the same points. He has shape change. He has precision strike. He's autonomous. He has sidestep. He's harder to kill. He has plasticity. He has range combat expert.
Yeah.
It's because it's a new set. This is supposed to be easier set. They didn't want to give autonomous to people this new player-friendly set.
This is not a player-friendly set. We have Scarab, but we could talk about for 4 hours about how hard that is to figure out.
You can definitely see their philosophy coming through, where they make the complex stuff towards the bottom of the list. I'll give you that.
When was the last? Not a philosophy. That's a marketing tactic.
Sure.
We're going to fill. You're going to buy packs. Packs are filled with characters you don't need except for the major card, the major figure, and if you pull a chase, it's amazing, and you might need 2 or 3 of them. That's marketing. That's not simplification. This is one of the hardest sets ever made.
It's not even good marketing. It's just good business.
It is good business. It's good business. It's making your super fans pay a little extra, which is fine. That's a fine business model, and I will be paying extra.
Does it make anyone else feel uneasy seeing Flurry and Poison printed on a dial?
Yes.
Just looking at it, I'm not used to seeing these 2 colors together.
Yeah.
They work well. I mean, you would think you stand there and Flurry and then Poison them. Sure. But in my head, I'm looking at it, I'm like, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
But it does. But
yeah.
Here's what we've been waiting
Candy?
for: a sidekick retaliator, guys. Let's go.
Yeah, 11 for 3.
11 for 3, and it's a free it's a power action.
When she got spoiled, I like what Dan said. That giving her colossal retail is just like fat shaming. Oh, that cracks me up.
Did I say that?
Yeah, when she
was
first
funny.
got spoiled in our chat. That is her only value.
Awkward.
But it is kind of, right? I'm not wrong.
You're kind of
I
right,
mean-
yeah. Well, they don't say colossal, but
Yeah,
she
if they
is a
said
retaliation.
colossal retail.
Yeah. Yeah, it just happens to.
I mean, and to be fair, Etta Candy has been drawn as a more robust gal over the years.
That's true. Probably the sculpt too.
Yeah.
Sergeant
So,
Chiello?
I mean, if it
Actually,
was
we
free,
used
I
this
would.
from the other Etta Candy sculpt. Fun fact: I played Etta Candy in a Worlds tournament. That is
Oh my
true.
God. Oh, I think I remember.
Was it sealed?
No, it was the same one where like Hawkeye was very prevalent, and I was playing Starro, and she was the cheapest reroll, and she was allowed to reroll I think Mystical or something like that. So it allowed me to do a reroll, so that's why I was playing her. Also, I misplaced her, and I lost that entire tournament. Because of that, I put her one away from Bizarro Green Arrow for no reason that I can think of, and just got destroyed by the tank.
Yeah, she's awful.
It's awful.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Sergeant Steele.
What does he do?
He
gives-
hands out
he
police
gives
team
one.
ability.
Just let them all have
One.
police.
One.
It'd be fine. It'd be totally fine. No,
Would it be fine?
we
Wait
have
a minute. The
20-point
ones that
police
the one
figures.
that he teams with. Wait a minute. The sidekicks that he teams with
Have police.
already have
Okay.
the
Yes.
police team ability.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, you get double police.
I still think that would be a little overpowered if you made all your sidekicks have police. I think it would be.
No.
With police.
Just have sidekicks are gonna have a ton of people, so it's just like, all right, my team is just gonna be -3 to defense from range just permanently, because
You're gonna need something, man.
I mean, this isn't it. I'm just saying, I see why they didn't do it that way.
This is the most disappointing of all of the figures so far because he's more expensive and wholly pointless.
He's 10 for 3. He's got leadership. Yeah, that's sad.
Yeah. Cheetah.
That's, you know what? This is
One of
fine.
my favorite indie click figures that they've made.
I feel like
this is what I expect from Cheetah. It's, I don't expect anything more from a common Cheetah. This is
with that being said, I feel like WizKids just has a filing cabinet, and they're like, yo, we got to do a cheetah in this set. Go get the cheetah file, and they just pull out the same dial. They're on every cheetah, every Tigra, every cat-based character. They're like, give it charge and blades.
Yeah,
and
she's not even
senses.
fast.
It's like,
Yeah, like she should have hyper speed and blades or something. I mean, that's her thing. She's insanely fast, and she has a low movement charge.
Still not as bad as the movie Cheetah, though, so we're fine.
Good keywords though, like
That's
dish
just
out
a
keywords.
ton of keywords.
Yeah, give some credit.
She's joining up wherever. Huntress, 45-point sidekick now.
And
I wish they were all this many points and they were all actually sidekicks, like a Robin. That you could build around that. That would make more sense. It makes more sense for the action economy to buff a 45-point character than an awful 20-point character.
But this is an awful 45-point character. So how do you feel about that?
It feels slightly better.
this is
I
another.
mean, it has the stats of almost all of the 10-point characters.
I feel like Huntress is one of those characters that they still just don't know how to make well.
Yes.
Like any Huntress that I've ever played with, I'm like, okay, well, all right, well that was Huntress.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Even World's Finest was kind of meh.
Yeah. Give her something.
Batman.
Whew.
A Batman that does not have outwit
things.
top dial.
Oh.
Friendly sidekicks in your stealth. That's That might go on a Minotaur team, to be fair.
Yeah, because they can run through, run up, run back, blow it up, then set in stealth.
He's got 4 through 6 shape change. Super senses, I mean.
Super senses.
They put his best click on his second click. I love that. Gotta love that.
You just push to it.
Yeah. The Justice League keyword is probably not enough to put him on your sideline even, so it's like, meh.
Maybe if Alpha Strike really takes off. But
It's just tough. What the honest way for this to work is to reverse it. The captains are 10 points and the sidekicks are 40, and you use captains to buff the sidekicks. But in reality, what happens if you want your sidekicks to have stealth, you're having 40 points just chilling, and not really worthwhile.
Yeah, he doesn't have support powers.
Wait.
Yeah.
Is that Smoke Cloud in the attack slot?
Yes.
There's BB. I haven't seen that since the last Batman that had it.
Ooh,
I think
I tell you, this is like giving me like indigestion.
Yeah. I think
Guys,
this
I'm
is
trying here, right? Like,
yeah.
This is.
Okay, no, the next one. We're fine. We're here. We did it. We got through it.
I mean, guys, like these first 15 figures have been eating like grilled chicken without salt or pepper on it.
Yes,
and
I
drinking
feel like
LaCroix.
this Batman could definitely be in the Batman Alpha set that came out in 2008. When I look at the dials, they're
might
almost
not be the
exactly the
best
same. Yeah, that's how I feel.
Okay.
now the
we've
figure
got-
you want to pull in a BR, right?
Yeah, Superman.
He's got a 15 movement. I know it's ridiculous. You're never playing him at 275, but still,
In
the
sealed
fact
you
that
are.
Sealed you are.
And we can talk about sealed with this set, guys. This is going to be used in sealed. That's so exciting.
That's true.
For in-person events.
That's true. Yeah.
I just don't remember the last time I've seen a 15 movement. Like Shazam?
Hypersonic Shazam, yeah. But he's actually like surprised. He's better than he looks because you get the rollouts, right? He has imperv super senses.
That's our
protected
motto,
out
isn't it?
And then he has, and then he has Wonder Woman. So it's like a 4 through 6 and a 5 through 6 on the rollouts. Charge and close combat expert work better, so he's actually at 13 for 6.
This figure just ruins Heroclix for sealed. I just want to put that out there. This is very bad for Heroclix.
So if we had a team sealed event coming up, like for this set, and this was the set, 3 common Supermans could be your winning team.
Just win the tournament.
Yes, it could. I mean, you
and
can't.
Andy to reach out.
Yeah. What is your counter to this? I mean, luck, right?
The one team that pulls a Scarab and outwits the Superman.
No,
he's got protected outwit.
Protected outwit.
Oh, that's right. They'd have to pull 6 chases.
6.
They pull 6 chases in one booster, guys.
Then it'll work.
Technically, like Cheetah is a secret. Oh no, I thought she was. No, she's.
Oh snap, guys! That shifting focus Wonder Woman could just keep incapping them.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, this guy's cool. This guy, like, it's a cool Superman. It's pretty unique, and it proves you don't need hypersonic to do a Superman well. I think this is a good Superman.
It is.
You could play.
It'd be better if
bills
special
with them.
it would be even better if that special defense power was a stop click, though.
Come on, Dan.
It
Why?
would be better.
Well, it would be better. It would be better if every click was a stop click.
Yeah. Dan will
But
agree.
like very legitimately, guys, the only way you're getting through this is luck. This takes away any playing this piece is you run out, you charge, you don't ever really reposition. They can't barrier you in because you move through blocking
for 1 damage.
What's that?
Wait, never mind. I was gonna say you can pulse wave for 1 click.
Yeah, you pulse wave them. You got to pulse wave them twice, but this set has almost no pulse wave.
No, it has no. They retired pulse wave.
That's right. This set has 0 pulse wave.
And
You can't outwit him. There's very few little precision strike. So you have like a 17% chance of hitting him, assuming that you always roll an 11. Like if
he's 275 points, right? So that makes sense.
So it sounds like my bigger brother Unibro. You just described his entire plan, Scott.
Yes.
You just described how Esbrook plays Heroclix.
I did just describe how Esbrook plays Heroclix. Yes, I think it's bad for Heroclix, just straight out.
Yeah,
I think that because it's in a like I get it. They have to make this figure, yada yada, but he's in a common slot, so he's going to be everywhere in sealed. You're one out of every 2 teams will have one.
I mean,
and how boring is Superman?
You're gonna get out actions, right?
It doesn't matter. There's almost a 0% chance of hitting him.
No, but if you have a clear turn and you have 4 people attacking him, that's like 2 full turns.
I guess it could prove that he wears out.
Right.
And there is a possibility, but I mean, he hits like a truck.
He does do that.
He hits for 6
8
damage.
squares away. He can charge 8.
Yeah, so he gets to kill your first thing. So you're hoping for roll.
Wait, how does he charge 8?
Am I wrong?
15 divided by 2 is
7.5.
Oh, shit, it's 8.
Yeah, we haven't seen a 15 and half before in a while.
Okay, well, math is hard.
Yeah.
He's good.
I like him. Wonder.
But basically, only in sealed.
I just want to be clear there, Scott. Yeah. I love Matt, by the way.
Hate Matt. Gotcha. I already texted him.
No, I love Matt, so it's only big props for Matt.
Wonder Woman. This is a secret.
All right, so this is the secret identity.
Oh, who you switch to?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, and that's good.
That's a good switch to figure. Mm-hmm. It's solid.
12-4.
Right, and it's 12-4, and then when she does her EE in-cap thing, they can't use defense power or damage. Oh, never mind, damage power. The other D.
That's not bad though. But you can also you get to equip her when you switch her in secret identity because she's starting the game, so you can equip her with the wings, and then she's only taking 1 damage, so it's 2 to kill her after that. That's pretty good.
No, that's not her starting click. Isn't it? You have to be.
Yeah, it is. It's her starting click on her lower dial. It's 2 different dials, right?
Yeah, it's definitely.
It's not a different. It's still click 9. So I guess starting that would be a tough one.
I think it'll be ruled that for sure. I think that's the intent.
There's that word. Don't be throwing intent around.
I think it will be ruled that way. Logically speaking, of course.
But man, if she turned off defense powers, now that would be something.
That would be good. Yeah,
it's okay. Scarab can just outwit it. So
true.
Oh gosh.
Diana Prince.
What does she do?
She makes the DMA agents.
Oh boy!
If you successfully get leadership,
DMA is all about in-cap. Would be killed. Okay, and what's her? Okay, it's a leadership, and then she can make stuff. She's got PD. Wonder Woman.
It's okay. It's not anything to write home
about. I wouldn't play this assuming you always hit leadership. Like if she's like leadership on a 1 through 6, I still wouldn't play this because all I'm generating is those agents, and those agents in cap in general is kind of worthless right now. We just all passed on a 75-point figure that in caps your entire team for free twice.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, now the Diana, I'm not particularly seeing it here. But now she is a secret identity, right?
Yeah, and the one she switches to is good. But I don't know. It's probably not good enough. But it's solid. It's not the commons of this set.
Nubia. Oh, so she doesn't give out everyone blade. She just gives.
Of course not.
Just the one sidekick blades.
At least they don't have to be adjacent.
Well, neither did the police team ability.
Oh, okay.
Steve Trevor, they can all use ESD.
He makes allied soldiers with leadership. That's pretty cool.
He's the best one.
Yeah.
4 through 6 super senses.
Yeah. Oh, and it's all friendly sidekicks.
Sorry, and he has Indomitable, which is just awesome.
That's true. Very true. Yeah, this guy's not bad. Giving the whole team, all the sidekicks ESD is very important. I think on a sidekick team, it turns it from 17 to a 19. That's a big deal. He makes enhancement pogs, or not pogs, figures. I think it's pretty solid. It's probably
except Sky Tyrant uses Flurry, so the ESD doesn't matter.
But he still has the super senses. Oh no, yeah, with that.
No, the sidekicks have ESD, so
yeah. Okay. Yeah, but he's fine.
Artemis. Now this was going to be the game breaker with a Watu, so this would have been a much different set review pre a Watu errata. Artemis plus Vils plus JOU's starter Flash would have enabled turn 2 potential, turn 2 mission point wins with the Watu. But since the Watu's errata, it is no more.
So we could just skip her and Antelope.
Yeah. Yes. They both make the things? No, they don't even do that. Oh, they're the probs. Okay.
Yeah, they're the probs.
Yeah. And I think the ranged attack one is going to be more... It's probably more relevant in other matchups besides Sky Tyrant than it is the close one.
Gorilla Grodd?
Now, Gorilla Grodd... Oh, he's not the captain one. The Prime one's the captain?
Yes.
Well, that's not Grodd, but yes.
Isn't there a monkey
Yes,
captain?
it's the Prime. It's just not Grodd. It's the
other guy.
Okay. I think this is really what Hyper Time has to offer, guys. Like, when I look at the Hyper Time set, this is probably one of the top 4 Hyper Time pieces in the set. I mean, it's not. Is it as good as like Darkseid side? No, but it's not bad.
It's close.
It's very close. It's almost. I just randomly click Darkseid. He's 150 points with almost the same powers.
There you go.
But
so do we care about the animal thing at all? Like, is there an animal team?
Yeah.
If there's an animal team,
yeah. I think the map wide +1 attack to animal keyword is something. It's not
Animal
amazing, but
gotten better too.
+1 to have a theme team, +1 to attacks. Ugh. I mean, like, it's not worth 75 points.
Probably not, but I would keep an eye on animal just as like a general statement. I think.
So I
20
think
point prime is really good. 20.
All right. So what I did like about this guy was at 150 with Galactus.
Really?
what?
Because Mastermind is pretty good.
It is.
At least pre-retirement, you can do Grodd, Lockjaw, High Evolutionary, Galactus, and it's not bad.
You can mastermind to the figure Isaac made, the Lex Luthor, and then that Lex Luthor creates a figure that you can mastermind to.
That is true. All of those statements are true. I agree.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I mean, I don't think I'm reaching too far, right? Because there is some Galactus, you know, he's a little bit better in the new rules and after retirement. So unoutwittable, short of Scarab, Mastermind is decent.
Yeah.
He's decent.
He's okay.
Prime Tolafar.
First Prime Captain, I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's good.
You can use all of those gorillas on your Amazon keyword now.
Thank God.
Yeah.
The missing piece here.
Well, now friendly sidekicks can use sidestep. That's good.
Yeah, that's very good. If there is a sidekick team, I think this guy goes on it. Just because leadership, because the whole thing is they're not autonomous and it's hard to move them all up. So giving them that little bit of mobility helps a lot, especially if you pair with maybe carrying with other captains.
Minotaur is also an animal. And then that means that Minotaur has a 7 swing with the sidestep and the charge. That's 7 is legitimate. That's hard to deal with.
His biggest problem is that he is nowhere near the best animal prime, so it's rough to play him on an animal team. But on a sidekick team, it might be good enough. But I don't think so.
What a disappointing set so far, and then it ends with such an incredible bang.
True. That's true.
They should just have an ability to buy just the prime super rare and chase set for like double the price of 2 cases and be done with it.
Yeah. So, I would say that the buy it by the case incentive is that helps, and that's a really great way for them to do it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I'll go ahead and say that I think this is a good point, a good time to touch on it just real quick. The detractors were saying, well, they should let us choose. Well, you don't get to choose when you're at a BR table at a con. Mm-hmm. What was the other thing is that, they should have made it cheaper or easier to get.
People just wanted to pay for it. Like, they just want to buy the figures, which, I mean, is anyone thinking that this isn't going to be something that happens down the road? I assume the purchasables are going to be purchasables at some point.
Yeah, at a WKO.
Maybe. They might run out of these. Like, they're going to sell out of this set. They're going to be giving out 1 figure per set. That's a lot.
Nah, there's so many at cons, though. They have so many. Maybe, but either way, if they sell out, then it's going to be a lot.
I think they're unlikely to do a convention. I mean, I think they're unlikely to do a convention this year, which means there's 2 years out. They've stopped production on all that stuff.
Do you think they're unlikely to be at Origins, even though it's in like September?
Yes.
I don't think they're at Origins either.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I'm massively disappointed, and I'm praying that they do something. But if you're asking me, do I personally think that they will? I've been, because of Camp D&D, I've been talking to Origins and Gen Con, so I want to say that I have no knowledge of what WizKids does, and just officially, WizKids doesn't even like me officially, so they wouldn't tell me anything. So this is straight conjecture, but yeah. I know that I think that they'll buckle and probably do one somewhere at some point in time. But I think that I have asked like who signed up and stuff like that, and a lot of the major people have not. I can tell you that for these. I think they're running at half attendance too.
I think it would take a massive vaccination adoption by the country.
That's likely to happen. Well, likely to happen. We're at 2% every day, but by the time this episode airs, there's a high likelihood that 10% of the country will have been vaccinated between the time of now and when it airs. Because that would only take 5 days.
Right. Yeah. That's why I assumed that they were, but I thought I was under the assumption that it was almost like a definite thing, but I guess I'm wrong.
I don't think anything's a definite thing, and they do need a lot of time to plan these, to be fair. Yeah. And I can tell you that Gen Con and Origins are scrambling, and they weren't sure, and all this different stuff, and
Now, talking again about the Con LEs real quick, we also don't know whether the ones that we're getting would have been purchasable or winnables.
Yeah, True. We do. Because you can't, there's no winnable Colossals, because you can't do those in BR.
Why can't you? Why can't you just put a box with a BR?
Because they've never done it before. They've always.
That doesn't mean they can't. They could just put a box of.
So it feels like Flash. It feels like Flash. The Plastic Man. It feels like Plastic Man and the Colossal were purchasable, and then Grodd and oh gosh, the fourth one was so bad.
Lex,
yeah.
Yeah, Lex were probably winnables.
Yeah, he was obviously made when they thought Pulse Wave was going to be a thing.
Yeah.
I just want to take a moment and say I bought the Ghost Rider with Baby Thanos chained to his chest. Mm-hmm. He looks fucking amazing, like one of the best sculpts I've ever seen in Heroclix, and I was really happy that they didn't release him. I'm sure they are the very next thing.
Yeah.
And I knew they were going to eventually release this guy, but like, you know, it's been nice just to have him myself.
They might.
Do we know who won the? Do we know who bought the?
I can't believe I don't, but I don't actually know who bought it. They went up way too high. And I bought a few things from that. I bought a Kristen Bell Frozen box for like $400 on that auction, and I got like 4 autographed. Cool. Yeah, it was crazy. Like 4 autographed. Like I have like a brush autographed, and I gave some of the stuff out. A Frozen thing autographed, like 2 or 3 of them. It was really cool. That whole auction experience that Scott Porter threw was amazing. And if they do it again online, I highly recommend it. I got to ask Jason Ritter about making Freddy vs. Jason, which was kind of cool.
Damn.
So it was awesome. It was a really cool experience. And like, if you got, I don't regret. I knew they were eventually going to take away the exclusivity of this figure. I bought it because it was a charity thing, and Scott Porter's an awesome dude.
Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly. So
I was gonna say and this is segueing back to the figures.
Yeah.
When I think of Wonder Woman, all I know is I think of Harley Quinn, like immediately.
Immediately.
Well, so Harley idolizes Wonder Woman.
Makes sense.
Now I do have a combo that makes Harley better than the shifting focus.
Okay.
So you give her the end cap thingy. Right? And then she's guaranteed to give out tokens whether she hits or misses.
True. Yeah. I mean, it has to be all targets, so you could possibly hit like one thing and give it a token, but yeah, that's true.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Well, I mean, you know, in the theoretical example, they all are 19s from the Defend Wonder Woman, so.
True.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this Harley's super good at 25 points. Like, just like as like for the dial and what it does, it's really, really good. The Quake is, you know, hit or miss good. She can use the close combat expert with it. She has a 4 through 6 super senses. She has sidestep with underworld team ability. It's just really good for 25 points. Like just, but I don't know if it makes any teams, but just it's like solid package there.
Yeah, 100% agree. 50 points is a must play in sealed.
Because that's prob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I cannot tell people enough that Underworld team is highly, highly undervalued.
Mm-hmm. It's super, super good.
Well, sure. now the whole flyer carrying thing, that helps a ton.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
For sure.
Yeah, Underworld got a huge buff when this whole thing started happening. Although, ironically, she is much better at 25 points. Just like a better attacker, better piece, better easy. It's weird.
So someone asked, I'm trying to figure out who asked real quick. Christian Bojan asked, what utility support character do you like best? And then Rick Ryan said, and why is it Ferdinand? And I'm like, I don't even know. I haven't looked at Ferdinand. And he just gets to do support
without having to roll. Yeah, without having to do the attack roll for support.
It is definitely better than support.
Well, yeah, because you could do it adjacent to opposing characters and all of that stuff too.
He's probably the best like modern medic.
Yeah,
well, Waldo's really good.
Having charge kind of stinks. Like it's like having sidestep or some movability would have been better.
But I just don't. Medics aren't good. They never have been, and I very much doubt
that's not true.
That's not true at all.
The super old medic.
All right, listen, Tyler. Just because you don't ever use medics doesn't mean medics are bad.
Yeah, Tyler, you missed out on playing Crane with Batmite and having Night Nurse heal him up.
All right, so Tyler, I have an original team I've been working on. So what I do is I have these 2 whales, right? With Namor, you probably haven't heard of them. And then I have Ferdinand be carried, and if they hit him to the stock click or something, he just heals them back up, and it's all part of a monster theme team. What's good about it is people just don't know what to attack, and it's hard to kill.
Medics aren't good. They just aren't.
That's the old thinking. But people aren't hitting people for 6 anymore. That's not happening.
They keep making good medics, and every time we're like, oh, this is different. Medics aren't good.
Hey, Tyler, you played a medic. Thank you very much. Dr. Frankenstein is totally a medic.
I barely played him.
You played him a decent amount.
He's a perplex beast. Free support is a little better, but
you haven't played an era where you're hitting people for 4 damage and they're not dying. That is a new era, and people in this new era, people are living, and medics now become suddenly game breaking. It's a weird world where all of a sudden you run something up, it doesn't quite die, and you have the ability to move 20 squares fucking away because everybody can carry everybody, and then you can heal. And it does work. What we've been playing Heroclix with for 5 or 6 years now is just, all right, I'm going to hit you for 7. I'll choose Pulse Wave, Psychic Blast, and knock you back off the building for the final 2 damage to make it a 9 damage hit.
One shot.
And you one-shot everybody, so it doesn't matter. It is much harder to one-shot people. Much, much harder.
I agree with everything you said. I am going on record. Ferdinand is bad and will not see play.
Yeah.
Maybe on monster teams with Onslaught or something.
Onslaught's hard to kill in one hit. Almost impossible.
And when you get him off his top couple clicks, he's much more vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, he's got
Ferdinand, but you can't always rely on rollouts. So Ferdinand's there for only 30 points to back that up.
Yeah.
So speaking of someone who can take out figures,
and Onslaught can't be outwitted from across the map.
Yep. Yeah, Onslaught is every single moment that they make a new Heroclix, they think, could Onslaught be better? And then they do it.
Yeah, Onslaught
moved to the tippy top tier of figures. He is so good now. It's bonkers.
He's super, super good.
So I saw Apollo and I got a little excited. And then the retirement announcement happened, and I just realized that he's a worse astronomer.
He's worse a lot of things.
Yeah. But he has 4 clicks of regen. You can get back onto shitty other clicks.
He's a worse singularity. That's what he is. He's 100 points with no special things and just
he's better than Singularity. Singularity only had phasing.
Yeah, Singularity was I'm gonna come over there and next turn I'll do something. Oh, where'd you go?
I don't know. He's Singularity adjacent.
This is a terrible figure.
He may be your only option against Sealed Superman. Maybe.
Maybe.
So then they'd only have a 50% chance of rolling out.
Maxi Zeus.
He makes Minotaurs.
The other one was way better than this one.
He makes Minotaurs.
I love him.
I don't love him. He makes Minotaurs.
I think he's great. I don't
think he's as good as the autonomous harpy making one.
The statues.
He finally is a captain support piece. I know he's not a captain, but he's leadership, he's barrier, he's psychic blast, he's underworld, he's sidestep, he makes minotaurs. This is the best figure we've talked about, and I'll never play him.
I don't know about that. He makes minotaurs. That's all. That's it. I'll just say it again and again. That's what this piece is. Cool.
I like Barry. He's great in Sealed. I would definitely play him in Sealed.
He does theme with Clock King though.
Yes. Finally.
Finally.
This is it. This is the missing piece.
This is what we've been waiting for.
This is it. Yep.
Mary Shazam starts with a 12-move flurry. I don't want to say anything else.
She has charge too. She does.
Oh, okay. That's not as bad. Okay. This turn she has free. This character may range attack while adjacent to opposing characters. Deals 1 penetrating damage. Okay, she's fine.
Yep, just barely fine.
Yeah, you probably play her in sealed.
Yep, you consider playing her in sealed.
I just don't like my beef charging pieces to have Empower. I mean, it makes sense. Empower's great, but for some reason, when I'm thinking of a charge flurry piece, I wish someone else had the Empower.
Yeah, for sure.
But I mean, you play 2 of them. Okay, I get it. But I don't know. It's just something about seeing Empower. I'm like,
Yeah, you play 3 of them, and all of a sudden she's mediocre.
No, she's not.
She goes from bad to almost mediocre if you have 3 of them.
The 3 of them, they all flurry, and then they all deal that 1 ranged attack for 1.
Boom. Yeah, if you get all of that off, you're probably going to really burn through a Maxi Zeus.
And a Superman.
No.
Jason.
I like Jason. He's got 4 through 6 super senses, the whole dial that can't be outwitted. Like for 75 points, his running shot piece. He's like an auto play in sealed for sure.
I don't think.
But then again, for constructed, he's a worse astronomer again.
I don't like to put him in the same category as astronomer. I think that's mean to astronomer.
I mean, he's not cosmic. I mean,
it's like meeting a hobo and comparing that hobo
he's cosmic energy,
to Einstein.
The team abilities definitely save him. If they weren't, then he would be awful. But those combo together really well with his trait, so solid.
Medusa.
Why do they make so many Medusa characters? Or is this a different? This is a different one, isn't it?
This is not the Marvel one. Yeah, this is the DC one.
This is one of the best explosion characters they've made. When you really compare her to a lot of the other characters made in 2004, pretty solid.
She does something interesting.
Yeah, that's true.
You're not gonna play her.
Don't try it, Tyler.
But I like the design of her. All right.
You're into snakes. Got it.
Donna Troy.
We start the game with any Wonder Woman equipped. Blah blah blah. The Titan team. Oh, she's awful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, she doesn't have. So if you hit her for 3, she can have a 3 through 6 super senses.
Well, no, she starts the game with. Oh no, she can start the game with the bracelets, I guess.
Yeah.
Daniel, have you had any of your guests cry because the figures we've been talking about are so bad? Because I'm almost to a point of crying right now.
I don't know. I'm just like, this thing is just sucking the energy out of me.
Yes, it's so bad. We're about to get somewhere good if we can just sprint. This last few, we have teams.
We're not good at sprinting.
Coming up.
No. That's the prime I feel. That's the prime that I feel. That's the prime I feel bad if I pull.
I mean, I'm playing her in sealed
for sure.
I like the 7 as a critical hit.
It's a very solid 50-point dial. I think.
But you're never playing her for real.
Right. No. I mean, the thing is that like she can be outwitted, right? I mean,
her super senses can't if you use the thing, but yeah, you're right.
It can, because I mean, I'm just thinking constructed. Sealed, it's fine. Constructed to just scare.
You're saying if you ever equipped with the bracelets or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Nemesis? I don't even remember this figure.
Cool name, but crappy figure.
Okay.
It's like I have Nemesis, and I have Stealth and In-Cap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I make really crappy DMA agents also.
Yep. I mean, I love running shot on a second click. Nothing's more interesting. Once somebody's run up and hit me, I love being able to running shot them back.
This is the worst Cramton I've seen. This is awful.
But I can make all the sidekicks have improved targeting.
Yeah,
Woo!
like
Angleman's a character?
Angleman is a character. Starts the game with the Angler equipped. The Angler is... I had it. Hold on. I'll get it before you. Okay. Equip. Phasing teleport with a speed value of 10, that's fine. That's not that bad. Free if this character is adjacent to an object or a printed wall or square or printed square blocking terrain. Place them in another square within 6 squares and line of fire that is adjacent to an object, printed wall, or a square blocking terrain. It's like mobility. It's 10 points.
I need to take a quick restroom break. Hang on. Just keep going.
It'd have to be something very, very specific to be able to be used. Like that really needs mobility that you can use, but
he's interesting because you have now a game. You have 2 figures in the game now. One says if you without any looking at all, without any lines of fire anywhere on the board, if somebody rolls a 3, you can re-roll it. And then there's Fantastic Four that say if somebody rolls a 4 without line of fire, you can re-roll it. That's interesting, at least. I think it's fun.
And then Donna Troy for your 7s for crits, and just if he had actually okay keywords, he might be better. But
you play him in sealed because he's
100% guaranteed played in sealed, like 100% guarantee
for sure.
Sealed. He has prob and a prob.
Mm-hmm.
He is a double prob piece for 45 points. Honestly, I like this figure so much that if he was like 30 points, I'd try to fit him on my team. So hard.
I would fit him if he had better keywords. Like, it's just one keyword. Secret Society of Supervillains. I know, but
Wonder Girl starts with the lasso, so nobody cares. Move action, nope. Imagine if this piece was a sidekick. That would be so cool. She's a Wonder Girl.
I mean, she's not terrible. 12 for 4 for 75 points in this set isn't terrible.
But then you just get to marry Marvel.
Well, I mean, you don't pull her, then you get this.
Sure. Teen Lantern, which I didn't know was a thing. That's
yes.
Good name.
Yes.
I would be excited about Teen Lantern if Chip wasn't in the same set.
No, you are wrong.
Yeah, I'm excited about Teen Lantern.
What?
30 points?
Very, very, very good.
I don't think so.
She doesn't take... Remember, you don't take the negative on speed anymore when you carry everybody.
Sure.
She's got prob. The barrier is free for 1.
Explain to me a scenario that you're playing her over Chip.
Well,
scientist team.
Okay. You need the barrier can be important. I mean, it really can be, because you can generate the barrier, then generate in front of that not in front of it, but right behind it, the thing that gives everybody ESD.
No, she can't do that.
Oh, she can't do that. She cannot generate.
No, she doesn't make anything.
Okay, I thought they all just had it. I didn't even look. Okay. Suddenly, she's dropped quite a bit for me.
Maybe if you don't have that extra 5 points for Chip, and you're down to 30.
I feel like there's got to be a better scientist barrier piece. There just has to be.
I don't know. Police team is really good. Prob for 30 points is really good. She's a very, very good piece. I agree with the Chip thing, though. That took the wind right out of my sails.
She's an instant auto-include and sealed, like no questions asked. She's barrier and she's prob. And
she's running shot and she's that. Would you guys ever play her at 75?
No.
No.
Nope, not at all.
Zeus. I feel like they never do Zeus good.
I was gonna say the exact same thing.
They just never do it. I hate it. Zeus is so cool.
It's like they know how to do Odins, and then they're like, Zeus, how do we do Zeus, man?
Yeah.
We just made all these cool Odins, but Zeus? I don't know.
The half move thing is cool. I don't think they've done that before. That's kind of cool. They can have people's movement, but no. He's a fine beat stick and sealed, for sure, but just not great.
Yeah, I mean, he's an auto play and seal, right?
Yeah. But he's an awful 100-point line. Like, it's just so bad. I'm not paying 100 points for that. Okay. Gigantic.
I might pay 100 points in sealed. Because he has prob, he's a beat stick. I play more figures in sealed. That is my tendency.
Yeah,
Depends on what I got, but like when you think of it like, how is Zeus going to compare to a Superman or something like that? You want more figures. I think Superman just says, because he's an auto-include and sealed, you probably want to play a lot more figures, right?
True. He doesn't have leadership. That annoys me. Anyway, Giganta.
All right, so Giganta, right? So if we're building our Subway sandwich of Secret Six, the Gigantas here are more along the lines of your spicy peppers, your mayonnaise.
I love spicy peppers.
Your brown mustard, your salt and pepper seasoning.
So yeah, she's a retail. If you make her a giant, which you almost always do, she takes a maximum of 2 damage, so she's 2 clicks to kill. 18 invuln is fine. Her retail is a free if she's on the theme team, so you're pretty much only playing her on a theme team. That's about it. She's just a solid figure. She can carry people because she's a giant. Giant's got a buff. She's just fine.
Right. So now she doesn't get any of the benefits. Oh, she does, because you select her to be a giant at the beginning of your. Then you can roll her 3 through 6.
WizKids did it right. They wrote the power correctly. Good job, WizKids. Yeah, so you still get a roll for it. She probably goes on the Sinister Six team, and maybe some Scientist teams. I think she's
almost definitely, to be honest, she almost definitely goes in. She will see competitive play, and that's an interesting thing to think about because we have not said that once.
Yeah, Giganta is probably the first figure in the set that will see competitive play.
God damn it. That's probably
number 37.
I love this Giganta. Everything about her, every point value. I think she's so good.
Are we still talking about the non-prime?
No.
Are we still talking about Heroclix?
So now we're going to the prime, and you love everything about the prime.
Yeah, she's so good.
The prime is good. I mean, she's good, but she doesn't have the
good.
She doesn't have the free retail.
No, it is a power retail, but you do get to use her special quake with it. So she does things that remind me of Dark Phoenix, right?
What?
The retail that deals 2 and then gives a token. Giving a token on an AOE like that is huge, especially when she's a giant. She takes 2 clicks to kill. She has outwit for 25 points. She has great team abilities for 25 points. She's a sidestep carry for 25 points. It's really good, and the 75 point is really good too. Just because she takes, in most cases, 6 clicks to kill. If you're a giant, then you can deal full damage to her, which is pretty much.
Or you outwit that.
Oh yeah, we discussed this. You can also outwit it. That makes her worse. I forgot. She's still very solid.
You were poo-pooing Etta Candy because she had to power action to retail. I'm just saying.
Power action to punch one person 2 damage.
I'm just saying. Just saying.
It's an AOE quake that gives out tokens. And
I know she's clearly better. I'm just purely saying the retail power thing. That's all.
You guys like her? Do you think she's?
Well, you're playing her on a Secret Six team.
Yeah, for sure.
And because it's your prime slot, there's no other thing to put on your prime slot with a Secret Six team. Unless you're trying to build it with a different keyword that I don't know, I guess. I don't think you would do that though, right?
There's no good prime.
She's obviously the one with her sidestep and her big movement that she brings up the object to the opposing team and stands there and drops the object for Scarab to start doing work.
There's some pretty good team abilities to copy on that team. You can give her stealth, you can give her PD. Injustice is fine. I think she's very, very solid. Just on her 25 point line, like even just like a sidestep carry out wit is like super good.
Yeah, she's fantastic. Like literally fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
But yet Tyler hates Owatu.
I do. Owatu,
who is on average just as hard to KO with a better defense.
She does things. She can attack.
You won't KO Uatu. I'll never attack Uatu.
Yeah.
I would never attack an Uatu unless he's the last figure on a team.
Right, yeah. This lady, you do not want to get retailed by her. Giving your whole team a token is still very good.
3 damage and hit characters. Her problem is the 10 attack. That is not great, obviously. Yeah. And don't sleep on the fact that she's a team player, guys. She's a team player.
That's what I said. They have a ton of really good team abilities to copy.
Is it mean that I somehow want the scenario to play out where Uatu kills Tyler's Prime Giganta because he is also a giant?
Yeah, I think that's the best option.
Giganta if that happens.
Like does Uatu have a damage?
He does that. He does. Yeah, no, he does going down his dial. Which good thing you could push to that, but
yeah, you just push to it, right?
Click 5, 12 for 4.
Yeah, he's a dangerous click 5. That's why that's the solidification of never attacking him.
That's why you play him. It's just that click 5.
That click 5 is monstrous.
Oh.
Dr. Psycho.
Yep.
He's got a stop click, 45 points.
Okay,
Why does he have 10
him.
attack? Why does he have 10 attack, though?
I like him still. I don't love him, but I like him. I love Mind Control that gives out tokens. I love triple target Mind Control. Mind Control is so good. It targets through elevated, hindering, and characters, which means that he's one of the best characters to put the emotional modifier on. He solves almost all emotional modifier problems, and he's your leadership, and you can't one-shot him, and he has Mastermind.
He solved the emotional modifier? Because you can Mind Control while not being in line of fire?
Well, no. Emotional modifier, right?
Yeah. What does he do against it?
He doesn't do anything against it. You put it on him.
Oh.
There's no reason you can't, right?
Yeah, no, you said he solved your emotional modifier problems.
Here's the entire list of characters that can see through elevated, hindering, and characters. Wizard. Prime.
I mean,
that is it.
No, I mean, I'm looking at him. See, I look at him and I think about Ultra Humanite, though.
Ultra Humanite is better for that scenario of you wanting to mind control.
I mean, you only mind control one, but I get it.
I'm saying that if you want something that makes emotional modifier truly work, like you want to give out the, no matter what's going to happen here, guys, you're going to, if you're seeing me, unless you shoot through blocking, you're going to have Battle Fury, and he is the best character for that. Because most of the time you don't want to use Wizard for it, because putting an object on Wizard really makes people want to kill him.
Yeah, the stop click helps this guy for sure.
Stop click and the leadership and the TK. He does a lot more than you see, and what you think of him as a not as good mind controller, but he still does it, and he still has triple target.
That's true.
I don't hate
ignoring elevated and ignoring hindering is a big deal.
And characters. That's really rare. And I know you want to prove me wrong, right? Everybody wants to be like, so this is, by the way, I want to say post rotation, but I've been looking for what ignores elevated, hindering, and characters, and almost nothing ignores elevated and characters. Literally almost nothing.
The characters is the big up there, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's going to be your big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Hindering is common. Elevated is always big ups, but characters, the elevated can be taken down by characters. So having all three together is what's the spicy meatball.
Oh, before people get on me, this is the list could include a few other characters, but they can't be equipped. So I just want to put that out there. So yeah, if anybody can find some, hit me up on this, but I could only find Wizard, and I went through every Heroclix one by one for emotional modifier.
Okay.
Strife.
Strife is a character you pay 25 points for to make your team worse.
WizKids just doesn't like any figure with the name Strife.
Yeah. Just actively makes your team a worse team. for 25 points.
I'm sorry. Are we reviewing a figure, or is that how Dan feels about reviewing this set? That he has a lot of strife. Dan, I thought you were just naming your emotions. I was about to say pissed off.
Yeah, it feels that way. My goodness.
Now, if they did away with the win within 4 squares,
just give your whole team mystics. That would make it even worse.
No, give them all your sidekicks mystics and just run them up there. Like, that is something, because your sidekicks are just going to die anyway. So go ahead and deal 1 penetrating.
I guess.
But it's within 4. So
based on, I'm probably biased, but I am always super, super happy to see mystics on the other team.
Well, I mean, to be fair, not a lot of people are going to play a Colossal Retaliator or Dark Phoenix.
Oh, true.
I mean, she's barely playable.
I don't think about that. You're right.
Yeah, it's only you, Tyler.
Yeah, it's only you. You have a death wish.
Yeah. Star Sapphire would have been very exciting about a year ago.
Star Sapphire would have been very exciting if that damage power was on our 25-point dial.
I don't even know what that does. Leadership?
The leadership.
Oh, friendly characters modified. That's pretty cool. Yeah, she would have been exciting then. Now she's a fine 25-point feast. There's just probably better stuff.
I think she's reasonable. She's one of the first things that's come. Like, if I'm playing a Cosmic team, this might make it. Sidestep, Barrier, TK are 3 powers that I really love, and then she has light.
The problem is that she's worse than the JLU Star Sapphire. Just at low points.
That one has leadership, right?
No, the low point one doesn't have leadership either way.
She's more expensive by 5, but yeah, Shape Change and Mystics. Yeah, that's fair.
And Sidestep and TK.
Yeah, but that Sapphire is a super rare. Listen, only the good powers go to super rares.
True.
Heroclix should have just made an announcement where they're like, guys, we're just making chases good.
They did. Did they not?
The last 2 sets have been more weighted than usual to the chases.
This is bonkers. This is bonkers.
Yeah. I mean, they did come out and say that. They did say that
they
started with Wonder Woman.
They said complicated.
Right, which means good.
Wait, did they say Wonder Woman? I thought that was a long time ago.
They said starting with Wonder Woman, I thought is what they said.
No, so they reiterated what they've said since UXM.
Yeah, they said that like years ago.
No, there was an article when they were talking about Wonder Woman that they were talking about the complexity and how they were going to structure things, and that they were going to keep simpler figures.
Yeah, they said that 3 years ago in UXM, though.
Right. Well, UXM was 5 years ago, but yes.
Yeah.
Okay. We already talked about Wonder Woman, right?
We already talked about Wonder Woman. Silver Swan.
She's very good for 40 points. I feel like everybody likes the characters who have like a drawback on the trait, but then they're like overcosted or undercosted. It's pretty cool. She can move 12 and then blades with giant reach. Still not good enough, but interesting.
Yeah, it's cool. It really is legitimately close. I mean, if it wasn't for literally two better close combat attackers in this set that are massively better, I would start considering using her on an animal team, or even a robot. I mean, she's a 12 movement flyer.
You mean armor?
Oh, sorry, you're right. My glasses are dirty.
Yeah.
I feel like the Hawk Girl was about just as good that never got played. You remember that Charge Flurry Hawk Girl?
Yeah, JLU one.
Yeah, I think she was just about as good, and she never got played. So.
Yep.
But she's solid.
Cersei.
Again.
This is embarrassing.
Charge blades? Oh, well, at least, she's reasonably priced. She may start the game. Oh, she gets equipment. All right, that is slightly redeeming. Kills the opposing character whenever heals to click or make an attack. Wait. Once per turn. You couldn't even let her have that.
Well, no, then she'd be stupid.
I do not want her to do not. If she was another vulture, I would be so upset.
If it's 75 points, it just has to stand there and like it can only attack adjacent things. It doesn't get a move. I think it's probably fine. But yeah, it's not.
I'll play her in sealed.
Yep, she's got a problem.
That's true. Miss Martian.
Miss Martian makes me sad, I think.
No.
I mean, but when you're given a move action, you can use the Titan ability.
And make free mind control. Double. That's synergy right there.
There is.
Move actions.
And
So
I mean, to think.
She can move and Titans and then heal, or moves and move, Titan, mind control. Oh boy.
I mean, Dr. Psycho is in the same slot. And he does exactly the same thing for a longer range, triple target, has leadership, has TK, can't be killed, has a stop click.
He is 35 points less, so you got to get through.
And there's a wild card.
Whew. Dr. Poison's the captain.
But man, it's just the one sidekick that gets to use poison.
Dude,
I know, this would have been good. This would have been actually good. If all sidekicks had poison and you could combine that with...
And it would have been not broken. I think it would have been fine.
There's a Jim Hammond is really, really good. I cannot stress how good Jim Hammond is. If every single person can mastermind Jim Hammond and they all have poison, that's pretty broken.
Pretty cool. Who did she make? Oh, German soldiers. Okay.
But broken is what we want. We don't.
I don't think it even would be broken. I think it'd just be solid. It'd be a solid option that we could build around and have fun.
Yep.
I think and it makes sense because sidekicks could be broken, so they are being very timid. But I think they're way too far on that side right now.
I think they just didn't play it out correctly. Like they gave it a lot. I think they think it's going to be what everybody's playing. That's honestly what I think.
Well, it's because they wouldn't have this issue if they didn't make Herbie.
Maybe.
Yeah.
They're tying a win condition to sidekicks, and so it's like, all right, we got to be careful of sidekicks because if they start killing sidekicks and Herbie just instantly wins the game somehow, that's gonna not be good for the competitive scene.
Yeah, I guess. This guy has a cool name.
That's how we feel about this set so far.
Devastation is what we feel about the set.
We got 2 more.
Yeah. Kind of.
Quake, when you usually give each character a shaken token. Characters with a shaken token can't have their common values positively modified. Wow, this guy's like Nighthawk. When a character with a shaken token hits, remove all their shaken tokens protected out with.
Didn't like Dr. Psycho. How about Maxwell Lord?
Actually, I do like Dr. Psycho now that I remember about Maxwell Lord.
Yeah. It's close. They're almost the same. Dr. Psycho has, Maxwell Lord is worse, but a little different. 8 range. He has police team. I like police team more than most people do. But yeah, Dr. Psycho is really good comparative to Maxwell Lord in most.
Maxwell Lord does have mission points.
Yeah, he immediately goes up to a higher rank for me because he is in the fray of mission points.
He is, and I really hope we play each other across from the table and you're trying to get mission points on me, and I'm in your starting area. 1.
His is a minimum of 10 turns, right? I know you can add more stuff, but that's what. Just so I'm reading it right.
5 if you KO people. If you go crazy on some.
No, he would.
No, you need 20.
Oh, you need 20. Just kidding. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, he's not good.
Yeah, you're right.
I think he's kind of comparable to Dr. Psycho, right? He's got 12 attack. He's got outwit, but the improved targeting is rough though. Not having it.
The sidestep, the stop click. They're both triple target. Triple target's what you want for mind control. That's the breaking point. Right. When you pull off a really solid triple target mind control, it is very possible that you have broken the game in half. You have just destroyed your opponent. Now, of course, the caveat there is it could all go awry. I have definitely had Jason turns where literally nothing happened.
Yeah,
I moved
a
bunch of pieces around the board and that took 20 minutes. But when you play with these new rules, everybody's using everything. Everybody's just like,
I'm going to get a huge buff.
Yeah, I'm going to Psychic Blast you with Range Combat Expert. There's so many amazing combinations here that, and you're using them all. It's really, really good. It's better than, if you haven't played with it yet, it's better than you think it even is. 2 Onslaughts is a viable team at the place I play.
I feel like it always has been, but it's definitely better now, for sure.
Yeah. I've seen people lose in like turn 1 or turn 2 or whatever the equivalency is because of the 2 Onslaughts and them just being like, mind controlled everybody, and I hit you a lot.
Onslaught can carry Onslaught. Right?
Yeah.
Is he a flyer?
Yep.
He is, right?
Onslaught can carry Onslaught. He's a flyer.
Fun.
And Dark Phoenix
exciting.
can carry them too.
Yeah.
All right, and then our last one for tonight is Hippolyta as a captain.
And good night, everybody.
She's solid, though.
Yeah, well, it's not good night. It's just we'll go right into super rares on our next recording.
Man, could our last one be Green Lantern?
Oh, she makes
Not
the
depressing.
Amazon. The bug up.
All right, and then we're going to hop right into the super rares. So we were talking a little bit in the second part pre-show that we think we have 7 bad figures remaining, and
6 of them are Wonder Woman.
6 of those are Wonder Woman, according to Tyler. So, so that we recorded the first part on Monday and today's Thursday, and I was thinking about what we said about the first 2/3 of the set, and man, I hated that I had to be so negative about some of those things, but I was trying very, very hard to find something good to say.
Yeah.
And that one figure that had a blank defense slot. I was thinking that I may have been happier if there was combat reflexes there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it was freaking empty.
Yeah, there's just nothing. It's really weird. 30 figures and almost nothing in 30 figures. You have to get basically to figure 37 before anything that's fairly good.
Right. So I was thinking man, do I need to issue an errata for what I was saying in the first 2/3 of the episode? And I went back and looked through some of the figures between today and Monday, and I was like, no. I mean, I'm sorry. I love Heroclix, but I am not finding a lot of joy in that CUR.
These last 2 sets have been pretty top heavy. Hopefully it doesn't continue that trend. I feel like a one-off thing.
I feel like I have to keep reminding myself that this was the set that WizKids talked about all the powers being removed. I keep forgetting that when I'm looking at these figures. I'm like, why is it that? Oh, that's right. They removed all these cool powers. Oh, what about that? That's right.
Yeah, I mean, but they could have replaced them with one of the powers they were still using.
True. I'm just saying that when I look at these, I forget consistently.
Yeah, it's weird to see an entire set without Perplex. That feels.
That's true.
And it's not even. It's the powers I don't think about. I know Hypersonic. Yeah, we're not seeing that. That's out. But I forget about no Invincible and no. Was it Shape Change? Battle Fear? No, Shape Change?
Shape Change.
Yeah, Shape Change. Yeah, so I can completely forget those aren't there anymore. Until...
Yeah, I do hate Shape Change, though, so I'm glad it's gone.
Yeah, well,
That's
still
true.
equipable, so it's fine.
Yeah. Well, and also here for the second half of the second last part of the show, Jason is joining us. So he missed the slog and gets to talk about the good stuff.
I wasn't even sure you knew I was here.
I was here.
Yeah, we knew you were here. I knew you were here.
Were you here the whole time? Did you just not want to talk about the commons and uncommons and rares? You're like, these
No,
don't.
he
Yeah,
wasn't
they're
here for the first
total
half.
fucking garbage. Why would I want to talk
There you
about
go. You're all caught up.
And that's Jason Alvey's review of CUR.
So, all right, well, let's hop into our first super rare 049 Wonder Woman.
No.
Boy, 12 attack is certainly cool.
It sure is. No, this is the bombshell one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
Okay.
But isn't this the second bombshell Wonder Woman that we've gotten?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Were they contractually obligated to make all the bombshells bad? Was that like a contract that they signed?
Wasn't there one that was like okay?
There were a couple bombshells that were okay.
Oh, the vampire dial was kind of cool. Wasn't that the bombshell?
That was Supergirl, I think, right?
No, it was Batgirl.
Batgirl, yeah.
The bombshells were cool, it's just they were never meta. Like, they were cool and casual because they did some things off of each other that were pretty sweet, but it wasn't ever anything that could even crack the meta at all.
This dial is very vanilla.
Yeah, I mean, it's, again, there's nothing in the attack slot for a super rare.
Yeah, so points. Like, if she has the bracelets on, it's a 4 through 6 on ranged attacks from super senses, and it also can't be outwitted, right? Because of the second trait. Opposing characters. Oh no, can't be given action tokens or mild. I thought it was protected outwit. Okay.
But why do you want her alive? Even like, who cares?
Yeah, so, I mean, we typically talk about modern, but, at least the one good thing she does have going for her in Bronze Age is combat values negatively modified. Her off of an ID is always good against Sinestro teams.
And she's not playable in, like, top-tier Silver Age, but Silver Age does bring back all the Harley Quinn bombshells. So... In modern, though, no, that's not happening.
Right.
No, just so vanilla.
But
right,
Silver Age, maybe.
50, well, at least Silver Age casual, right, now that it's an official thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Mary Shazam,
it's tough because Sky Tyrant's significantly better for 50 points.
Yes.
But similar.
She got hurt really bad with the Quake change, because she can only Quake for 2 now with the free instead of quaking a single target for 4. That's was her big claim to fame.
Oh man, that moved her from a consideration to maybe not a consideration, to probably not a consideration for anything.
I promise you all the next few figures are so much better.
Yes.
Promise.
So I've seen a lot of hype on this Green Lantern at 051. So he can generate the green construct, and he's 75 or 50. So he's get a big bump with the carry rules and no negative modifier and carrying 8 people, 8 characters. Are we playing him at 75 or 50?
I think you can play him at both, but 75 is better.
Yeah, normally I would poo-poo on just to defend, but at least it's a 19. 19 makes it playable.
With energy shield to all your team. So everyone's a 21.
Everything about this piece I like. Like, there's nothing that I look at and I'm like, man, I wish this was different. Like, it's designed so well. Like, he has no reducers top click, but that doesn't matter because he's only ever taken 1 damage. Like, it's designed perfectly, right?
Except when Scarab outwits his top click.
Yes.
That's true for everybody. Everybody's bad.
Or he gets hit with Juggernaut. Right, Tyler?
That is true. That is true.
That is, yeah.
Shot this guy. Yeah, his stop clicks are both like super good. 12 attack, 3 damage. He has leadership. He's just everything. He's a 19. Your whole team's a 21. He brings leadership. It's so good.
It is.
Right.
Will you actually play him? That's the question I've been toying with in Modern. You'll see him. I feel like it's impossible not to think you're going to see him. Giving 21, everybody from being 21 from range is just far too tempting for people, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So here's my thought: is the Fantastic Four team? It's a top 8 team, right? I don't see Green Lantern winning something.
Yeah, but
winning.
But that team is a whole team. This guy's 75 points.
So no, I'm saying the Fantastic Four is a whole team. Right?
You would have to go non-theme with this guy, right?
Most
can.
likely. Soldier is getting pretty good, but probably.
Yeah, I think non-theme. And non-theme's better than it used to be.
Yeah,
I think that people look at theme right now in large part because there's so many figures right now. It's almost easier to wrap your head around trying to pick from 100 figures than 1,000 or 4,000 or whatever we have. But theme is like I won a map yesterday, not theme. And they had like a +9, but we're playing in the new rules, and that's just a +3, and I won. It's definitely not impossible, and yeah, they get the re-rolls, but re-rolls aren't that expensive anyway. Commissioner's going to give me an infinite supply for 25 points. High Evolutionary's 30. So yeah.
He also
So it goes back to theme goes back to the synergy, right? It's not so map choice and rerolls was a lot bigger, but we also were saying, we've also said for years to not play theme just to play theme.
Mm-hmm.
So the answer of Green Lantern being on theme is, does he bring anything to a theme team? And it doesn't look like it, right? I don't see anything that stands out that he brings to a theme team.
He's a good Herald. Herald's interesting right now.
Yeah. I think Green Lantern brings a ton to a theme team, like so much. The problem is that none of his other keywords bring stuff to a theme team, right?
Well, yeah. Well, if you're going Justice League, the popular Justice League now is more of Alpha Strike.
Right.
You're not really going to use his construct as well in that kind of Alpha Strike. The defend helps, but not the ESD, because you're going to be right up in the face most of the time with that team.
Everything about this dial, guys. Like, how it's super hard to deal 6 damage now, right? So it's super hard for
almost impossible.
Yeah,
almost
so
impossible.
It's almost impossible to get him from stop to stop. So in most games, this guy's 4 hits to kill, right?
Yeah.
And he's gonna have ESD the whole time. He's dishing out damage.
The honest truth is you're probably just not attacking him for a while because he also doesn't hit hard at the beginning, and that's something to think about.
That's true.
Yeah.
And you don't want to get him later on to the dial because you can't leave him on that stop click. 12 attack Psychic Blast, you can't leave him there. You just can't. You're not even gaining that much. You're gaining, all their characters are, not 19s, but so you're functionally ignoring him is probably the right play, or you're, Guy Gardnering him or something.
Right.
When I look at him, I feel like he's dependent on play style. Like if you are playing a little bit more passively in some instances, he's better. But if you're wanting to be more aggressive, you might go lesser points and go like Spider Pharaoh for your taxis. She gives the prop. Well, if you're being more aggressive, you would go Spider Pharaoh because she gives the empower enhancement and the prop. So he would be more like if you're going more long range. Like he doesn't feel to me like someone you would play, Tyler, in your play style.
I disagree. I play passive aggressive Heroclix.
That's not true. You do not play passive aggressive.
You play all aggressive.
All aggressive.
You move
the pieces that I play. They have to be able to take a hit. Because my whole thing is I'm going to try to deal as much.
You play 3 Dark Phoenixes, so one of them will get a hit. Like you don't care if they die.
I play 2 of them now, okay, and one of them always stays back, so I can sacrifice one. But Captain Marvel has 2 stop clicks. Shredder was super hard to kill. Whales were super hard to kill.
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole point is to move up, and then I'm gonna get hit that turn. And my whole thing is I want to hit them back harder, so I have to move up and be able to survive. And this guy does that really well. I don't know if I'm building him around him because I don't know if he has a supporting cast, but he is definitely good enough. He is as good as Captain Marvel is, at least in my eyes. Like as far as value.
He's worth it. Is he worth a Doom? Because he's 75 points. I know they do completely different things, but we're talking 75 points.
The only reason Doom would be better is because of the keyword cheating thing. If he didn't have that, then this guy's obviously better in my eyes as far as the on dial.
Okay.
It's real good.
I think that Green Lantern changes the meta, but it changes it in a different way. I think that what ends up happening is people will be forced to look at playing more close combat because 21 defense is really, really hard to deal with. And it kind of boxes you in more to playing a Guy Gardner, a charging piece. And it also makes Bishop more likely to play as well because you don't want to get into a range battle with these guys. It also boxes you into playing things like Sky Tyrant. So, Green Lantern, the 19 is not a big deal up close. So you're probably charging in on people. I think Green Lantern plays really well on like an Atom Micron team or something like that.
Yeah.
So, I guess
so to me that makes a lot of sense, right? It's if you're thinking of him about how Super Rare Thing is played on Fantastic Four, then that makes sense to me.
I guess I'm struggling with him just because we have a better Green Lantern taxi later in this set.
With Chip,
this guy isn't a taxi. He does, he'll carry up your team on the first turn, obviously, but he's not a dedicated taxi. He takes 4 hits to kill and he's dishing out damage.
He is a taxi. That's what you're using. You're using him to carry people and use to defend.
Initially, but then he does more than that.
I'm just saying I like the other Green Lantern taxi better. I'm not saying he's bad. I just feel like
I like the other Green Lantern.
75 points just seems kind of pricey to me, but he's still good. He just seems a little pricey to me.
Takes
That's
4 hits to kill. He's your leadership.
Okay.
He's a tier 1A piece.
Yeah.
I think he can win. I do think he can win games. The problem, of course, is that in the rock, paper, scissors battle, he's almost helping you lose to Sky Tyrant because he's only useful in a big group up, right? And that Sky Tyrant and Guy Gardner would love that.
Well, so you're saying, I agree with you completely, Scott.
Thanks.
Considering I look at him in the same situation, right? Whether it's alpha or mid map or whatever you want to think about it, or stay back, right? I think of it as the same version as the Fantastic Four because it takes on average, say, 2 hits or even 3 to kill Super Rare Thing, and Thing gets to keep his defend all dial.
It should not take you 3 hits to kill Thing.
But at least 2, depending on outwit, right?
Most likely you can't outwit him though.
Right. So because he's being blocked.
Well, no, he has power cosmic, right? Because of Franklin.
I was just thinking of line of fire, right? He's usually standing behind people.
And he's in stealth. Yeah, it's hard to outwit that team.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think he's a top 8 playable, highly unlikely, at least in my opinion, to win a bigger tournament.
Does this guy immediately go on the Boomerang Soldier team, Alex?
No.
Really?
If I could play Chip and save 40 points and then play another Boomerang dude in Silver Age?
Well, he's not a soldier, right?
I don't care about theme at that point.
He also gives you leadership, and
the Boomerang guys.
His construct dies to give them a token. Automatically.
That's true. But Chip could do that too.
It has to die adjacent.
Does Chip make a thing? He does.
Yeah, he makes any of the constructs, I believe. Yeah,
Plus,
green
most
construct.
most likely the soldiers are not, or the Boomerangs are not theme anyways because of they got to play Medusa most likely.
No, this guy solves that.
You could technically play in theme because I built the team where you play Pharaoh as your carry to do ruler, so you could bring in Medusa and then you play one of the 1776s, so they're all Spider-Man family. It does fit. It's not elegant at all. So I almost, like Scott was saying, it's probably better to go non-theme to fit everyone on. So.
I mean, infinitely high defense helps a tremendous amount of people, like much more than I think we're giving that credit for. There's a lot of people that, I mean, you just basically can't get pinged. Green Lantern is a scenario in which you say, like, let's say you want to use your prime spot on, I don't know, not Bishop. Green Lantern is essentially Bishop, but without restrictions.
Yeah, a lot of ways.
You're not out. You can't outwit the things. You can't really do much about it. It's too much work. It's too much effort to plow through it. You're outwitting something to be able to do that.
Now, Scott, let me ask you, and Dan and Jason, you can answer too, because I haven't practiced a lot with the new rules, nearly as much. New Perplex, are you finding yourselves with higher attacks than normal because you can no longer perplex up damage?
No, you're finding yourself with lower attack or prob. Because you're not playing
running Perplex?
Because you're not running Perplex.
Okay.
You're playing Enhancement and you're playing Prob, and that's what's happening. Like, I have a new team I'm working on right now. It doesn't have any Perplex on it.
So I'm in a unique, at least so I haven't practiced Wonder Woman much yet, because the tournament we're going to for Jay's next week is new rules but no Wonder Woman.
You going to that, Scott?
Am I going to what?
Jay's having an event next weekend?
Oh, no, I don't think so. That one? No, I don't think I can. No, I'm out of town. I am going to the David Newmark's event in July, and then, of course, I'm definitely playing in Scott Porter's really dope, cool event online.
That's what it's called, the really dope, cool event.
It is. It's.
I mean, if you
not called that, but we tried that name, but it just saying the word dope in there wrong connotation. So.
All right, so I have one last thing to say about Green Lantern that I think is mildly important, as mildly important as anything I say, which is not very. I think that Green Lantern offers an option of play style, and he is the best version of that option, probably. Although Chip can be made a fair argument for a little less points. The differential is that it's probably not the option that I'll end up going with, because I think that the convincing charge beats more things in the meta than the I have incredible defense from range and I'm attacking you from range. And I think the thing about that is largely Bishop is kind of neuters the range game, so there's too many things that hurt this. And then it's obviously, a Dark Phoenix retaliation on Green Lantern. While it doesn't really hurt Green Lantern himself, the play style of it is devastating.
Right.
So I think there's too many things right now to be committed 75 points to grouping your figures up. So he's going to be a figure that you play that you talk about nonstop. He is kind of like a kid play where you're just like, I have a 21 defense. I have flurry blades and I hit for 12. And that will win. And he's definitely a tier 1 piece. But I think the play style itself, unless there's something I'm not thinking of, will probably limit him, just because there's 2 or 3 things in the game that are so prevalent right now that grouping your figures is just unbelievably dangerous.
That's fair. I think that's what Dan was saying, that he's a top 8 piece.
Yep.
Yeah. And then so the other thing, and this is I think relevant to talk about, and because I always we're going to talk about Sky Tyrant probably extensively here soon, right? So I'm thinking about, like, what's the counter to the counter, right? What's the counter to the counter to the counter that everyone's coming up with in their head? So I'll talk more about the counter to Sky Tyrant soon. But the big thing that gets me too here on Green Lantern and all of the constructs is Lord Doom.
Yeah, Lord Doom takes a step up. I still don't think in the play that the Dooms are tier 1. I know that that's becoming more controversial, but I don't think they play well. I think when they're if they work for you and they have that thing, I think they're fine. But yes, it can neuter some stuff. I think that they affect how you build your team in a way, but they shouldn't. It's not necessarily something you should consider playing with. That's my opinion, but.
Well, I think I disagree with that part of it. I think the Dooms are completely playable still. I think Latveria is still I think Latveria is still tier 1, and then any of the generic keywords that they provide are tier 1 as well. I think like what Lord Doom would probably. I might be jumping ahead. What Lord Doom
doesn't
probably.
Stop this, right? Because these aren't bystanders.
Lord Doom Center says generate. I thought.
I think it's generate bystanders.
It says can't have more characters on your. If your opposing characters can't generate bystanders.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then Lord Doom does not. That's not a bystander, right? It's a construct.
Right. They're specifically different.
It depends on the. It also technically depends on the comp rule book. We are all assuming that the constructs aren't bystanders, but if they rule because it's a one-click piece on a certain dial, it might technically be a bystander.
Well, I mean, the tank wasn't a bystander until they ruled the tank was a bystander.
Right. So there might be a little bit of a gray question there that it could technically be a bystander even though it's classified as a construct.
So I would say that the answer on that depends on whether or not I agree with myself or Scott more. I would say if they're not ruled as bystanders, I agree with Scott more.
Okay.
My only point on Doom is just simply that when he's on the board, he's not as good. Like the actual on the board play of them, they become a little bit more of a liability. They are easier to kill, and the theory is basically there's a lot of like different counters and different things like that. And I do like that, but I just when you play him out, like a decent amount now, I'm never impressed. I'm never like, wow, that's worth 75 points. Because you keep thinking of the counters of like normal stuff, but anything random, he doesn't do almost anything about. I know that might sound dumb, but like it just, and you're losing. One thing that's very, very true in the new format is you attack a lot, like a lot. The last game I played yesterday, and we've been playing with the new rules at our venue now since they've been released, basically, and just keep adding them. I had on the sideline 2 of the Black Vulcan. I needed 4.
Yeah.
I needed 4 of them. That came up that I missed 4 times. I missed enough where I needed to pull 4 of them. And in another game in the same tournament, I needed 3.
Well, if that's
so
the case, then
you're using your sideline a lot. I, on average right now, pull off 6 of them.
So we're also assuming that the comprehensive rulebook gives us sideline limits.
That's true. Yeah. If they don't give you sideline limits, then I will massively put Lord Doom up and
I might quit. I don't want to play in that world.
I don't know. That's a lot.
I'll humble brag here or whatever. I'll flex and say that Sam and I were pulling out our teams for next week, and it turns out I have 8 Gorilla Grods.
It's not bad. I have 1.
Yeah.
Right. And I got it from Dan.
I don't know. I don't know how I ended up with 8, but here I am. But you're right, Scott. I agree, and I've experienced that same thing in play where I've needed more Gorilla Grods, or say Vulcans or whatever, than I've needed, to have the Doom on there, right?
Yeah, and they're devastating. Those things coming in are functionally devastating. So it's really important.
But that's why I would say, someone asked the other day, which Doom do you cut? And I'm like, well, you probably cut Prisoner.
Yeah.
So that you can get another, and for the reason being is so that you can get another Super Friend. Prisoner's probably not good enough versus having a 3rd Black Vulcan.
I'm right on the edge of that line right now with Prisoner. I still like it. Yeah. Okay. Well, we expanded that Green Lantern to the entire meta, so.
Well, that's important.
I agree.
That's what we're here for. And we, and a lot of these things, these God, I don't even know the gimmicks in this set, right? Whatever they want to call it. They expand to other figures, right? So we can probably just say ditto for Green Lantern on some of these things. But Aries. He's
very good.
I don't think you'll pull him off, and I think you'll talk about him a lot, but he won't ever act like he'll be played for fun.
I don't think you can pull him off.
I think he is your best shot if you were going to ever pull off a mission point thing.
I agree with that.
He is your best shot. The question is, what's the likelihood of that happening?
It's super low. We've talked about one thing that we talked about was Cannonball, still a figure that you can run through your own figures and kill them. So you can flash, yeah. So you can technically Cannonball through a bunch of them, not that you even make, but just that you paid for, and then try to barrier them up. I'd like to also just point out how horrible, truly how horrible would Heroclix be if these mission point things were something that you could realistically pull off. I would be furious if I played in a world tournament and I played a guy who played Cannonball, 13 allied soldiers, and a bunch of barrier and Ares, and he somehow won without attacking me or leaving the area.
So we got it down to turn 2 before the Uatu errata.
I don't mind it. The Uatu wouldn't be good, but I don't mind having a mission point, even if it ends up being a viable strategy. I don't think I mind that. There's examples of that kind of thing in other games, where you build the deck differently and you win through some other means. I said deck, so I was alluding to Magic there with mill, or there are other win conditions in Magic that they've released. I don't mind it. I think they're being very timid with these first few, which they obviously should, and they're just a little bit too. I was hyped for this guy. I've re-looked at him, and he's probably not good enough.
Hold on, I missed the thing where it says scaled Allied soldier or German soldier.
Yeah, it's both.
It's both, but it takes.
So if Allied soldier or German soldier was say 10 points, this would be possible.
It would be more possible if they're lighter points, yeah. Or
they're 4 clicks, so it's rough.
You have to cannonball through them twice. So, even at best, you put down 6 of them, and it's 5 turns or something like that, and everything works right. And moving across the board is so easy. They're just gonna kill. They're just gonna kill this guy because you're wiping out most of your own force.
Yeah. So turn 5 is probably where a lot of games end right now, and by turn 5 you're getting 4 to 6 pogs, and that's not them dying. That's just them being generated. So it's probably not good enough, but I think it is the closest.
I almost wonder. I'm kind of taking the opposite approach. That I feel like mission points, I hope, do become part of the meta. Not broken. I don't want broken Uatu, but
but just an option.
Because there's barrier teams that just stonewall you and attack you at the very end of the game and be like, haha, I've got 20 points, you never got to me, and I win. And that's mission points forces you to be aggressive against them in order to stop them from the mission points. When I played PJ, and I know his team was a little crazy on mission points, I had to completely change my play style in the middle of the game because I realized I was not getting aggressive enough to get over to him. And he was accumulating mission points a lot faster than I thought he would. So I think it's fine. I'm with you, Tyler. I think it's healthy for the game as long as there's no... if it's a 4-turn, 5-turn mission point because you got lucky or you built well and you're still engaging in the game, that's perfectly fine. If it's a 2-turn because I used some gimmick, then
but I don't think it'll ever be reliable. I don't think it'll ever be a part of the meta unless it's a guaranteed turn 3 potential for turn 2.
I would agree with you, and I'm going to tell a story of how I'm a terrible person real quick. So about 12 years ago, I was very, very poor, and I was trying to figure out literally where I was getting my next meal, and they had a local tournament that was for Galactus, and this was the time where we were playing Structural Integrity Field. That was a possibility, but it wasn't something that people had really tried. So I brought it to the tournament, and I realized, oh my God, this is a guaranteed win, and I just never left my starting area. I sold that Galactus and ate for that week, but nobody ever attacked me. And it was really, really shitty because I never left my starting area, and back then you could just build under, so I built like a 240.7 barrier team and just waited out the clock. And I want anything that makes it so Heroclix doesn't roll dice is really, really bad. I definitely had some people wanting to fight me in a parking lot. So,
yeah, I think with Ares you have to be more aggressive. Like I see Ares seeding on like a Pog team. You've somehow made a functional Pog team where he pops out those. You get, I don't know what other Pog team pieces there are right now. But if you try to capitalize on that, especially since Vulture's not going to be as heavy and Hawkeye's been retired, once Vulture retires, then you're going to be great. So I see him being like on a Pog team where, hey, mission points might apply some pressure. Like, hey, I'm up to 13 and we've got 15 minutes left. You might want to amp it up because Ares keeps accumulating. Like, it isn't a...
Yeah,
two
his
tokens,
is an exponential growth thing, right?
Right. So he's just going to get faster by the end of the game. So if you're getting to 10 or 12 and he's stacking up those war tokens, that means the gas has to be pushed.
Because he never removes his endless war tokens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
and then it's fast.
Yeah.
Ish.
So there is a world where he could... I kind of agree with you, Scott. I don't like it if it's just I'm going to stick Ares in the back and do nothing. But if you're engaging with Pogs, like I'm a Pog guy, so like creating Pogs and sending them out is still engaging to me. But I could see him being in that, but that's probably the extent that I see him being used.
Yeah. Fair enough. All right, so next up we have the World Champ Flashes.
Flashes, yeah.
It's
3 figures. Like they cheated. It's 3 figures.
So I will say this. I want to go ahead and get this out of the way and off my chest. If you, when you play, if you will never, ever, 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 ever let a Dark Phoenix retail on you, when you just know that going into play that you'll never let a Dark Phoenix retail on you, then these pieces are good.
So Harry Leland.
Yeah, Harry Leland. There you go.
There is options. Okay, there's plenty of options in which someone can do that.
By your own argument, isn't Dark
play,
Phoenix bad because she dies to Dark Phoenix?
Yes.
I've never argued that. That's Alex's argument, not mine.
I've never said she's bad.
So I think there's a 50 point. There's like 50 points, right? Really, that's how we treat it. It's 2 characters for 50 points, and you get to pick the dial every time.
No. So you do have to run the first dial.
Oh, okay. So then you pick one. Okay. Yeah. So for 50 points, you get prob, leadership, a charge character, TK, or if you really need to, enhancement, outwit.
PD and wildcard.
PD's good. Double PD, I guess, is we should say. Mm-hmm. Is that good enough?
I have made
Tyler,
it clear.
Go ahead and tell it, Tyler. You go ahead and tell us why it's good. You just get it. Just let it out.
Yeah.
I love this piece. I mainly like the first one, the attacker, because outside of a retail, outside of maybe Dark Phoenix, it is tough for me to point to a better 30-point attacker. He is on par with anyone else with high evolutionary. Like he's 12 for 3 charge flurry, but it's way better than that because he's equipable. He gets to attack twice. He gets to ignore characters. He has a printed 13 speed, but he just charges twice and moves 14 and then attacks 15. So he's got a 15 square reach. He has leadership, which is the best power in the game. He's got super senses. He's got good great keywords, good team abilities. He's just super good. He's like, so the back dial is how I like that type of thing to be. He's like, it's a unique effect and it's a support piece, so you want it to be as condensed as possible and as cheap as possible. So the back one, to me, is just like a slightly cheaper, slightly worse Mr. Oz, but is still just as good as Mr. Oz for the points to me. Like that's Mr. Oz right there. Like I think probably better for the points than Mr. Oz, to be honest with you. But the front dial is, I kind of want the front dial to be 50 points and to be 5 clicks so that I can justify equipping him more, because it's hard to justify equipping a 30-point piece. But he does so much for the points. It's so good. That's all.
And I would be just as excited to make that delivery if he was 3 clicks long.
So Mr. Oz is good, right? Mr. Oz is a good piece.
Mr. Oz is a good piece.
Yeah, one of the largest reasons Mr. Oz is a good piece, though, is he limits your opponent's ability to move things back. That is one of the most important aspects. And then he also doesn't need to be moved to prob. So
I don't think it's as the most important. I think that moving your own pieces is more important because it's more consistent. The other thing is just like a very nice bonus.
Well, you get both with Mr. Oz, too.
Right, I'm saying.
And then the counter argument would also be Mr. Oz has also still not played that much. He was all the time.
He dropped off a little bit. I still see him every now and then. This guy's 15 points more, which is 50% less points. He has great team abilities. He's got
right. So we haven't seen, because you got to remember, you're also judging Flash with the new rules. Oz previously pushed, and now Oz won't push.
That's a huge deal for him too. Yeah.
But I mean, Oz is the same thing, right? I would say for 70 points, you can get a 10 square TK. I do like the idea of that.
That is fun.
That enables you to be hyper aggressive.
This is a good piece. This is better now that you guys are talking about it. I wasn't really considering this, but leadership's a little hard to get. But then again, commissioner, TK's does a decent amount for 50 points.
So
feels like a little bit of a liability, but
as an example, I tested this on my team and I equipped him. So turn 1, I equipped him with a power gem. Carried him up with a Dark Phoenix. He used my leadership on the team instead of Valeria, so he's 30-point leadership on my Lavaria team. I carry him up, place him next to, so he's behind a figure, and I pick him for Mastermind, so you can Mastermind under that Pog, so he's most likely not dying that turn. And then the next turn, he's charge flurrying their starting area, 13 for 5, like twice. And they just have to deal with that.
Yeah, but it's still not better than Sky Tyrant.
It's not better, but it's 20 points less, and it has leadership, and it fits on different teams.
Right, but you were also telling me that your Latveria team wasn't good anymore because double Sky Tyrant is just going to murder your team.
I never said it wasn't good. I said that I might like that team better.
It's the worst.
Fair enough.
Your Latveria team, as you said, is the worst team in his Heroclix history, and you should stop playing. Is what I recall you saying to us.
Usually that's my DJ Doom flurried you to death.
My only comment.
Damn it.
My only comment on Flash is that he has the pass keyword, and that goes really well with Robbie Reed. That is all.
And Bishop.
And Bishop. Oh, yeah, Bishop could go on my Robbie Reed team, too, also.
That's right.
It builds itself.
Alex.
No, I was saying Bishop gets to hit this guy harder, but...
Actually, no, Bishop doesn't have past. He has future, but that's okay.
Yeah, no, he just gets to hit Flashes better.
Harder.
No, Flash has future, too. But Robbie doesn't have future.
But they could go on Latveria. That's fine.
That's true.
Robbie will be fine.
So, Jason, do you have anything to say about the Flashes?
Oh, I don't know. I saw Tyler playing him.
Yeah.
I thought he was a good. Yeah, I agree with him. He's a good attacker. He just he gets up in your face and does. He does a lot of damage for 30 points.
The improved characters is very
Yeah. Yeah, him just being able to go where he wants to.
And then 7 charge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I agree with everything y'all are saying. But in the back of my head, I think to myself, am I good enough to keep from getting retailed on by a Dark Phoenix?
Harry Leland.
And maybe I'm not that good.
I will go as far as to say point for point, like not talking about like the synergies or everything, just like as a figure, the point cost. I think this is a top 10 piece.
Wow.
Yeah. No, that you're just way off.
Look at that 30-point attack dial. It's crazy. He does so much.
It's a charge flurry piece. I mean, like,
it is
just off the like just saying it right now, for 30 points, I would significantly rather have High Evolutionary.
I obviously think that probably High Evolutionary makes the top 10 list, but I think that this guy's very comparable to that.
I think your top 10's getting awfully small there, Tyler.
Wendigo is better. Wendigo is better for less points and is a better attacker and does almost the same thing, just a lot better. I'm most intrigued by the 20 points. You get a decent attacker, and then for 20 points, you get sidestep, TK, police team, prob. It's a lot of good things. That's a lot of really good things, and a better reach than your opponent for TK, which does matter.
Yes,
but wait, now you got me interested, Tyler. Let me find it. So he is not in your top 5.
What?
So because you posted your top 4 and 5 on Scott's show. Remember?
I'm not saying first of all, I'm not saying best in the meta, because the meta is all contextualized with like keywords and what other team abilities work with what. But I'm like, just point for point, I think is the top 10 piece.
Okay. Just saying.
So this is a different top 10 list than your other top 10 lists.
It is. Well, there's a lot of overlap, obviously, because if it's a really good value, it's going to be a good meta piece. But
he's like Letterman.
I think he's top 10 of this set.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh man,
that I can agree.
Bold claim.
I think I'll say this. It is very well designed.
Yeah, I like how they cheated. I think that's awesome.
Hey, now tell me I'm not the only one that sat here and thought which one is Matt, which one is Adam, and which one is George.
They thought about they posted that.
See, I didn't see I didn't see that part. I wanted to guess which one was which.
Adam was a fan of Young Justice, which is the infrared goggles one. And then Matt was, I think, the TK one. And I think George is the Back in the Flash one. I think. I might be wrong on that. But they posted in their little write-up kind of who was a fan of which Flash.
Makes sense.
All right, well, let's keep moving along here. More to come on the Flash, right? We'll see what happens the next few months. And then we're going to do our tier maker, too, in a couple weeks, right? So we'll see where we put that then. We have our other World Champ piece from Mr. Isaac Berkowitz. The Red Sun Lex Luthor.
Talk about pulling just pulling the rug out from under a young kid.
Yeah.
This is a brilliant piece, and it is. It's super intelligent. It's super brilliant, and you can't.
And now he is
change a fundamental rule of the game.
Yep.
He does have a team built. I am not allowed to talk about it, but he has a team built that I sit around and think about how I could possibly beat it, and I don't know if it's beatable. It's that close.
Wow.
And he does have Lex Luthor on that team. It's really. He found a way to break it that is borderline bonkers.
Okay, I'm excited for that. Yeah, it's very thematic to the comic, which is one of my favorite actual comics ever. I just like all the comics where Superman turns bad. Those are the best Superman comics. Yeah, but obviously he's meant to be pushed, right? If he was pushable, he's way better. He's the big thing.
I mean, I think you just have to find a way to deal him the 1 damage, and there are ways of doing that. It's not elegant or beautiful. It's it's not cheap or any of that, but there are ways to do it. It's just not nearly as easy. But
yeah, he's a really good mastermind fodder. Like probably one of the best in the game right now. If that matters at some point.
I would not be sad if I pulled him. I would be very happy, actually. He's one of the ones I definitely want.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I agree. And 50 points for Outwit and the Mastermind. It's all good, right?
He is very, very hard to kill for a 50 point. Maybe one of the hardest to kill piece outside of Joker in like the history of Heroclix to kill for 50 points.
Well, yeah, like the Jokers, right?
Yeah, like the Joker.
Well, I think we're like Bizarro Joker and those as well. Ranked up there pretty high.
It's very possible that this piece will make the sideline of a Jason team. That's very possible. I think the biggest thing to really consider is when a bystander, when this click is first revealed after resolutions generate, and that has immune until your next turn.
Yeah.
Even if his power is lost.
I forgot about
That's
that.
a very, very big deal because immune is not given out almost ever.
Right.
So Scott, I've got a question for you now that you've mentioned it. Is Jason playable in the new rules?
Jason's better in the new rules by all accounts, and the only reason I haven't played him is literally I'm a little scared of Lord Doom because it neuters him so much, and my teams I play are so many figures. Like I always am playing a lot of figures, and I don't want to play Bishop and Jason and be like, oh, well, I got
Pog do I generate?
Yeah, well, most of the time it's neither, right?
Oh, that's true.
And then
so what if they neuter Jason to where he can only mind control twice?
Only mind control what?
Twice.
Oh, you think they're going to neuter him to mind control twice? Then
yeah,
he's definitely dropped. I'm a big Jason fan. People who have played against me have seen me play a lot of Jason, and I have not been building teams for Jason recently. Bishop's one of the reasons, right? Like, there's just a lot of stuff that has randomly hurt Jason, and it adds up to him being not as lovable as he used to be. But the cat's better. Any pog he brings out is better. He's a better pog generator, and the fact that he basically never has a token on him because you roll twice every turn.
Yeah.
There's a lot of positives that they built into him, and I don't.
Yeah, twice. Yeah.
I don't think they're going to do anything.
I think people are just hitting fatigue with Jason. We're hitting that age where it's like, okay, he's been around a decent amount. It's just. We hit that age also with the Black Panther set pieces, like the Kobik and Gardner, and not Gardner, Trader. We just hit a point where people are like, okay, it's winning a decent amount, a lot. We're kind of just generally tired of it, unless it's like nationals.
Mm-hmm.
So people are like, I want to stop building because that's all I've been building. I'd like to try something else and maybe revisit, come back to it in a couple months when my brain has stopped thinking about it 24/7. So
just realized that this Lex Luthor can mastermind to his pogs and they are immune, so that makes him so much better. Yep. I mean, kinda, because you don't want to you never really want to attack him, but
that is a rule. As of right now, you can mastermind to immune characters.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, and it doesn't kill them.
And it doesn't do anything. Yeah, it just does nothing, which should not be the rule, but
it is very good on my current team that I'm running. I enjoy it immensely that my Dark Phoenix basically has immune in your starting area. It's nice.
I mean, I would be considering playing Lex Luthor with Ares, potentially, for a Pog team. And just have Lex go up with Ares' Pogs and
mastermind to him or something.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
All right. Felix Faust.
Doesn't that just like still, when you hear it, you just clench a little bit?
No, Felix Faust, no.
No, the exact opposite happens. I feel like
Damn
I
loser.
feel waves of serotonin flowing through my veins.
You've never.
No, he has.
Did you ever play me playing Faust? Because I had that Mixoplex Faust team, and it was just like the worst team I think I'd ever had, other than Structural Integrity Field.
I played I got top 4 of the Rock Cup that Ed won.
Okay, yeah. That was not the best Rock Cup ever, but yes.
I don't know. It was $1,250, so I felt like it was pretty good.
It was Dan's 3rd favorite Rock Cup.
Yeah, that is a great way to put it.
Felix Faust, everybody. Like, I'm looking at my team right now, and I'm like, wait, why do I not have Felix Faust on my team? He's so good.
Yeah, he's crazy. Like, to me, like when I look at him, my initial thought is just like, okay, this guy is just a different molecule, man. It's like it's that level of good for 30 points. That's what he is. Like,
but hold on. So, why?
Huh? I didn't think I would have to defend that statement.
Well, we are on a podcast where people. We are on a podcast where people listen to us, and they would probably want to hear why you think so.
Outwit Prob Enhancement is the cheapest you can get those powers in a combo, period. So, step 1, he's already the cheapest. You can get that power combo without anything else. Enhancement's biggest problem is placement. He can just free place up to 4 squares away from his current square, which means there's a high likelihood that he will use enhancement twice, which is phenomenal and also very, very hard to pull off. And then on top of that, he has some other effects that are just like, punching you right in the butt. Like,
you think that is his movement power and his damage power more useful than his trait?
Yes.
Yeah, you don't count on that trait at all. It's only a 50% chance of doing anything, right?
No. So that character can use that power twice, right?
Yeah, 2, 3 is nothing. And then 4, 5, 6 is 4, 5. The use of power doesn't do anything, and 6 they take a damage. So 50% it's good for you.
50% of the time it works every time.
15% is terrible for you.
Right. So
his biggest liability is Mystics.
And his trait, because that also deal penetrating and it's not optional, I
don't think. Ooh, you're right. Oh, man.
Picture this. I'll paint you a scenario here, right? You take a damage from them, like, oh, I'm gonna retaliate you with my Phoenix, and then you do, and then you're like, oh, I missed. Let me prob that, and then he says, no, you don't get to prob that, and you take a penetrating damage. Now you're dead.
Let me pitch you a scenario. Uniques don't count anymore, and you can play 7 of them.
I don't think I'd do that.
I don't think that's likely to happen either. But yes, I think that you could be really screwed because they just hit your Mystics guy, and then just Dark Phoenix runs over. Dark Phoenix is the most devastating thing in the game, right?
Yes, for sure. He's pretty safe though. He has stealth. He has super senses. His free placement means that he's always pretty much going to be in the back where you want him.
Or he can get up then get back, right?
Right. He also is like a sneaky good attacker. It's only 10 for 2, but it's penetrating, and he gets to place before it, and outwit before it, and he has a prop. So like, if you need to hit somebody with penetrating damage, he can get to where you need to do that.
It's a great tertiary attacker. There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Yep. The question I'll come up with is High Evolutionary or Felix Faust. Do you have room on your team for one, and it's a non-theme team? High Evolutionary or Felix Faust?
That's super tough.
Because I am literally making that decision.
Yeah.
So I think it depends on the rest of the team build, right? Because I think the prob is about the same.
Mm-hmm.
So do you have an outwit somewhere else?
I think it comes down to action economy. If you consistently have more actions to take, I think the High Evolutionary is probably better. But if you don't, then this guy's better because he's way better if you don't have to spend actions on them.
That's true.
Fair. That's fair. High Evolutionary is shockingly one of the best attackers in the game. And the honest truth is the answer should be High Evolutionary, Felix Faust.
Yeah.
That's fantastic, right? It's Psychic Blast.
And because what's fun is that High Evolutionary does not die to a Dark Phoenix Retail for 30 points.
Yep. He doesn't even die to her when he's on his stop click. It's so annoying.
He is so good. He is so good. I keep playing him. I play different things. I keep trying things, and I ended up going from trying High Evolutionary to playing 2 High Evolutionaries.
Yeah. When we reviewed him, I was like, this guy competes directly with Dark Phoenix, even on keywords, and he does it well. He's very, very good. Yeah, but Felix Faust is great. Mm-hmm. The biggest liability is
I think, and I would add to what Tyler said. Felix Faust competes with Molecule Man. Mm-hmm. I don't think he competes with High Evolutionary.
So your vote is High Evolutionary.
I would typically vote High Evolutionary in the situation that you proposed.
It's close, but yeah, his dual target is almost to me what sets him over.
It's so good.
The dual target's so good right now.
And High Evolutionary has cosmic energy, so he can take tokens off himself.
Yep.
I like pieces that can do things without taking actions because it frees up other things. It's so efficient.
Yeah. I mean, the honest truth is these are 30-point figures. I have a team right now that I'm working on, and I have 2 characters at 50 points, and absolutely nobody else above that point total.
That's what I'm kind of at. 30-point figures are the best figures in the game.
Yeah, I'm like, should I spend up and play 40-point Bishop? I don't know.
Really pricey.
I'm looking, chip's kind of pricey.
Just anybody wanting to play Felix, don't make the mistake that people make with Valeria Von Doom. Don't free place Faust before you retail.
Yep.
Definitely.
That happens too many times.
Yep, 400 times for me. This last game was my 400th mistake on that. I'm never going to learn.
I've gotten pretty good at that. I always forget to give Valeria the tokens because I never action her anyway, so it never ends up mattering. But yeah, he's very good. He's comparable to Molecule Man to me, which says a lot.
All right. Firstborn.
I want him to be good. He's probably not, but I want him to be.
I'm right there with you.
I was a big proponent of making Iron Nail work, and this guy seems like the better version of that, but it probably doesn't work.
I love anything. I'm just a big kid about these steel energy pieces. I'm always just like, man, when I get the steel energy going, and then he's going to be on his top click, and he's at 38 defense and 14 attack, and then in reality, I'm like, I run him up there, he misses, he dies the next turn.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
At least he has cosmic energy.
Yeah.
I feel like the last Firstborn we got back at Superman and Wonder Woman didn't. Yeah, he did. He can't be outwitted unless they have the deity higher point value. So it's kind of similar. But that was the same with Nail, right? He could be outwitted, couldn't he?
Yeah, his was a trait, but you could just show it. The fantasy obviously is somehow TK these guys up and then phase them up to their whole team, double action token their whole team, and then you're sitting at a 21 defense. They have to clear. Your next turn, you're punching steel energy, token them again, right? So,
I hear you, man. I bought 3 Glob Hermans. I'm just hoping.
Yeah.
The difference is everybody rolls every turn. Every single character seems to have an ability to take off a token. If they don't, they're always standing next to somebody from leadership, and you just can't do that. Heroclix just doesn't work that way anymore, and it sucks, but it doesn't.
I like the idea of him and his like his like fantasy version of the turn makes me happy, but it probably never happens.
It's like he's super high risk, high reward, because if he just takes 1 damage, then he's instantly worse because he's stuck on flurry. But at the same time, he could steal energy and heal 2 or more because he's got his steal energy is different. So it's interesting. Like, I would never play him. I don't think he's not meta at all. You can't equip him. Can't do any of the fun stuff with him. So it's like he's probably fun in a casual event, but I don't see him meta at all.
Yep.
Okay.
Hades.
I don't like Hades. You guys can talk about him.
So if the tortured soul had plasticity, that would be cool.
Yeah.
Or if the tortured soul had the Wonder Woman team ability.
Or was it autonomous?
Or was what?
Autonomous.
Or if the tortured soul had mystics.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Or something higher than a 9 attack.
9 attack's like a joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if it was autonomous, at least you could use it to bring out a Vulcan.
My biggest problem with him is he's so ignorable, right? Like, you're just never hitting this guy.
Which is kind of okay if you're building him for mission pointing. That's kind of what you're going for. But
yeah, but is it? Because, like...
I'm not saying he's good by any means. I'm just saying if he's ever played, it's going to be on one of those really weird offset win a map or, regional level teams where you're like, what the hell is this team? Mm-hmm. And somehow it wins. Yep. And you leave the game thinking, how did that happen? And that's the only way I see him ever being played. Like, he might be a mission point, but that's
so it has nothing to do with he doesn't generate enough mission points. I'll just say this, right? So if it was whenever a standard character within 10 squares is KO'd, generate a tortured soul in that character's square and gain a mission point, that would make him really a lot better. Or if a tortured soul is KO'd, generate a mission point. Like, I think if they tripled down on his mission point generation, then maybe we would have something.
Yeah, if he was 3 times as good, I agree he would be good.
Well, I think, yeah, so he's 33% not good for top tier.
Feels fair.
He should be 25 points. All right.
Wow, I would also play him at 25 points.
I would play him at 25 points too. And what's sad is we might. When you look at Wendigo at 15 points, are we really not going? Like, if Heroclix hits year 30, I wouldn't be shocked if they just legacy card him at 25 points because that could be possible. It's on the table, at least.
It's true.
You can make it. You can make that happen. No,
if you win, yeah.
Grail.
Does she do anything cool?
She does the charge, and then you can move the...
Oh, yeah. So you place them after you move, so you can charge, and then place them, then punch them. So it's kind of cool. It's a cool effect.
Right, but it's not cool enough.
Yeah. I just hate her because I hate that she has a 100-point dial and a 75-point dial, and it's the same thing. It's just you lose 2 clicks. It's not different enough. She should not need 2-point values.
Right. Now, if she could also just do it when she moves.
And just place, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, like if I can just run out there and bring somebody towards me. Right, especially with the change to plasticity, then that would be better. But, I mean, she doesn't have that, so it's... I'm not really seeing it with her.
Wonder Woman.
This is the 059A.
Is this really different enough than 49 to warrant a figure?
No.
It's the same figure, right?
I guess we can also take a point here to the Sword of Athena got previewed. And it's 10 points, and it is the same thing, but worse version of the TMT one.
Yeah, blades crits on a 10 through 12, right? If you
Yeah,
have
it was it was Jar Jar Born.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Sword of Athena's 10, 11.
10, 11, 12, yeah. What was the other one?
Yeah.
9 through 11. I mean, 12 always counts as a critical hit.
Did it get blades too?
Hold on. No. Sorry. I am confusing Jar Jar Born and Dragon Fang.
Oh, okay.
So, no, not as...
Yeah.
Not as crazy.
This Wonder Woman is... it's the same Wonder Woman. I don't know why we needed 2 figures there. It annoys me. I guess one was a bombshell, but like they do the same thing. They fill the same role. They're the same click numbers. They are invuln super sense charge pieces.
It's just to highlight the Wonder Woman objects. They're all champions with this object.
Yeah.
But they're not shifting focus. That's kind of the thing I'm confused about. If all the shifting focus like had this trait, then maybe this shifting focus would be way better. Like, like this shifting focus is the Wonder Woman bracelets one. This one is the sword, but none of them are. So, okay. I feel like they could have combined the two and made an amazing Wonder Woman mechanic, but they didn't.
Wonder Woman number 3.
All right, 059B, which unfortunately does not have the Wonder Woman team ability, so that's its first negative out the gate. Are you still there, Scott?
I am. Because I talk a lot, I'm reserving my time to talk about something that will be relevant. And
fair enough.
Since firstborn to this Prime Wonder Woman, I will add Prime Wonder Woman is awesome because I'm a kid and I love those characters so much. I love the Steel Energy characters. I like to play 1 or 2 of them. Whenever it's a fun night, I always play them. I will play this one. It's fun. But and not for nothing, but Parasite's actually really good. I played him recently, and I'm like, holy shit. I took down 2 with Parasite and the Ock Arms. I took down, no joke, 2 onslaughts. Full dial. And that was the only figure I had left.
Yeah, Parasite's...
Just that figure, and I took down 2 onslaughts.
Parasite's very fun. I played him once in I think it was a sealed. He's very fun.
And the reason I bring that up is he's 50 points, steals powers, and does a lot more.
I don't know about that. She's 12 for 4 with charge. She has 2 stop clicks.
Well,
the 2 stop clicks are good.
She's not 12. Yeah, I get it.
I think she's obviously good for the points. I think she might see play on like a monster theme, right? That got some help recently. I could see maybe her carrying her up with an onslaught and then turn after that charge or something like that. But and
Moloid is at least Moloid's relevant for the Empower as well.
Not having Wonder Woman hurts her. If she had Wonder Woman, she'd probably be playable just because she could get the armor. So it'd be like 5 hits to kill her or something like that.
That's true, yeah. But she's also your Prime.
Yeah, but on a monster team, I guess, we think about the game differently. I think in keywords.
Okay.
She's never making a non-theme team. Never.
Yeah, and I guess Monster doesn't have a really good charge piece, so...
That's true, so she
builds...
builds...
It's really hard to find a charge monster.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
And you're forgetting about Prime Venom, Riot, Scream, and Doppelganger. I mean, not for nothing, but Prime Doppelganger is significantly better.
I have been swayed. Yep, on Prime Doppelganger. All right, let's talk about him.
I mean, we kind of did. So I mean,
that's true.
Yeah. So I'll say this: people are telling me that Chip is better than Overdrive.
Yes.
Tell me why, please.
Well, because he's playable in Modern.
No, that's point 1. Okay, you gotta give that one.
It's because Overdrive was way better when you could pop him out of his vehicle at some point. Like I recall that happening more than often, and you can no longer do that. You're stuck with the vehicle you generate.
Yeah, but where you didn't want the thing to push.
But
just the fact that we're already comparing him to, like, we're trying to be like, why isn't he better than the best
taxi of all time? Yeah.
So wouldn't the argument be then, isn't he thus the best taxi in modern right now then?
One of the best, yes, I agree.
I'm still holding out a little bit of hope for Waldo. I like Waldo a lot. So I think that they're like 1 and 1A, and I don't know which is which, but they're definitely.
He gives everybody energy shield deflection, and he's prob. He's your TK, and he has sidestep. Waldo just not having sidestep puts him at 1C. And I love Waldo. Waldo's my favorite characters, but this is one of the best taxis ever. He carries your entire team.
I'm kind of the opinion that the TK has just wasted points on him. I don't want TK on my character.
Okay, so compare him to Green Lantern real quick, right? Just the normal Green Lantern. So you have a choice. You get 75-point Green Lantern. He's giving everybody 19 plus 2 defense, right? The problem is, let's say you run up against a team of Sky Tyrant, and for the hell of it, Guy Gardner. So you're like, wow, I really, really, really don't want to be together. So now Chip is a 35-point character that sidesteps, TKs around, and probs. And you only wasted 35 points. And you didn't waste it because TK and prob are probably worth 35 points, period. So he allows you the freedom to move away from your strategy that you were originally going with. And, I mean, just for that, it puts him in a tier that I put him in the tier, I mean, just below Dark Phoenix. That's how strongly I feel about him, and that little diatribe is why I barely talked for 5 figures.
That's fair.
And I mean, to add to the whole against Overdrive thing, Overdrive didn't necessarily get a lot worse. It's carriers and taxiers got a lot better, because the benefit of Overdrive was that he was a vehicle, so he didn't suffer from the negatives of speed when carrying everyone. Well, now Chip doesn't either. New Rules helps all taxis. So even though, if you were looking at this piece last year, you're like, well, this is really crappy because I could carry for 4 spaces and then a sidestep. That's okay, but that's not how I want my taxi. Well, he can still do 8 now and a sidestep. I agree with Scott. He's amazing for a taxi.
Yeah, sidestep is the best power on his dial, I think, for sure. Having sidestep on a taxi is so weird.
It makes him exceptional. He's also 4 clicks, 20 defense. He has a bunch of stuff that does not add up to logic at all. Like, just spits in the face of anybody who even joked about the idea that they have some kind of system of points whatsoever. And just, they're like, yeah, he's just, he could be a prime.
Yeah, for sure.
If you don't say the word theme, give me an argument to not put him on your team. Every team.
Yep.
Okay.
You don't need a taxi on every team. It just depends.
Okay.
If you're playing a tent pole that literally takes up all 300 points.
No, like
that's called an OMA, Tyler. Or Alex.
No.
Yeah, I know.
Like my type of team that's not a theme. I don't run a taxi on my team. I just carry them up with like 2 Dark Phoenixes.
Yeah.
Or just move 3 of them up.
And who knows what his potential could be down the road if they can continue this constructs thing.
Which they probably will.
Yeah, the construct thing is up in the air for me a lot right now.
Oh, go ahead.
He's the best taxi in modern, like, for sure. And that just instantly makes him playable. Like, even if he wasn't good, but he was the best taxi in modern, he's gonna stay play because people need taxis. But he's also amazing. So
yeah, in a set that has Scarab, Sky Tyrant, and Commissioner, he still might be the best piece. Probably not, but God, it's close.
I don't know if I'll go that far, but he's just the best taxi. He's a tier 1 piece. He's going to see play. He's going to be on winning builds.
If he couldn't carry people, he'd be okay even.
Yeah, he'd be good. He'd be
a good piece
solid
if he didn't carry people as a sidestep TKer with prob.
And the construct.
Yep. Oh yeah, and the construct, which is great.
All right, Alex, go ahead.
About what?
Just do
I
it.
like Chip.
No. We're past Chip.
Title Wonder Woman?
Yep.
She's got potential. That's all I'll say. She's got potential.
Why don't you talk about it a little bit longer than that? I want to use the restroom real quick. This is a restroom break figure. For me.
So the reason why anytime you get a figure that literally can't be damaged, I know it's hard to get to that point. It takes some turns. I get it. That just intrigues me because it feels like if it's that's a mechanic that leads itself to be broken somehow by somebody like Adam or someone can come up with something. So I look at her and I say, okay, and I look at this with every single title character unless it's called Professor X. Okay, what does this title character can do? Because obviously they spent way too much time building it because they've got all these powers. And we haven't really had a title character in a while since Batgirl to really be a major factor in the meta. So I don't know if she'll get there. She's kind of meh, but she's got some pieces that are like, okay, if I can. This is why I like some of the Amazon generics and the generating ones, because as long as there's an Amazon person on the board and she's on that click, then she can't be damaged. So that's something. But at the same time, you can obviously just, barrier or encap her. I mean, she has power cosmos, so she could get out of that cosmic energy. So she's got potential. That's all I want to say about her. She's not one that I would be like, oh, she's garbage. She's one that I might sit down with for a little bit and be like, all right, let me see what I could do, and then ultimately decide that she's garbage. But there might be something there for only 70 points. And with Amazon, because there's a lot of Amazons now.
I think she is a
She's
bottom.
close, man. She's really fun. She's a great figure. She's fun. She does a lot of stuff. She's not just broken off the chain. I love her in all kinds of ways. Is she making my modern team? No. And that's unfortunate, but this is also the set that gave us a chase set that's nearly broken, a commissioner that's one of the best figures ever made. Like, there's like 5 figures in this set. Some of the best figures in the history of this game. And none of them are commons, uncommons, or rares.
And none of them are one of the 12 Wonder Woman.
That's true. So, all right. And Alex convinced us all to play Amazons.
He said that he made a bet that says you would win worlds playing this Wonder Woman. And if you didn't, he would give you $100,000. And if
No, I can't make that bet because Dan has to beat Tyler with Uatu in Worlds.
No, Dan has to win an event
You
with
mean
Black
his
Widow so that I don't owe Nate something.
You mean his Wonder Woman Uatu team?
Oh, thank you.
Wait a minute. What's the bet, Tyler?
$100,000 that you win worlds with Wonder Woman.
No, I bet Nate that Black Widow chase would top 8 a major event before she retires.
She already did.
No. Like after the nerf.
Oh, after the errata?
Why would you make that bet?
Because she's still really good and people are sleeping on her.
What happens if you lose?
I buy him a brick.
And what happens if you win?
He buys me a brick.
Is there a brick on the line?
Brick on the line. Did
you define what major event means?
We did.
So does that mean 1 month from now at the Scott Porter Invitational?
What's the definition of major?
I think it was the big 3 and Canada, like Canadian Nats.
So what? Rock Cup, WizKids Worlds, and Nationals,
and Canadian Nats.
And Canadian Nats, so the big 4. Okay.
We have another Wonder Woman to review. Are you guys excited?
No, we did. We already did her. We're good.
Oh, cool. Oh, yes, we did. Thank God. Whew.
All right.
Real quick, is she the first? Do we have a shifting focus before there was a super rare?
No.
Yes.
What? No, not shifting focus. No.
No. Okay, never mind. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know anything.
That's tough. That's a long time ago. They had a lot of Batmans and Supermans.
I don't think any of the Batman and Superman were. I think they all went to rare.
Deadpool went to rare.
Oh, you're asking if any of the Batman or Superman. The only other thing that could be a consideration is there was a Batman that was an LE that was shifting focus.
Oh, that's true.
There's a Wonder Woman that was too. Not Wonder Woman. I'm sorry. A Black Widow that was.
That was free comic book.
I don't think they ever went super rare before though. So.
Well, it depends on. I guess the argument would be: is LE rarer than super rare?
Yeah. Anyway, chases.
So, all right, the chases. All right, so let's set up the play field here. So, Secret Six chases. We'll do them together.
Do we want to start with the other half first?
I was thinking we maybe start at the bottom and work our way up.
Okay. All right. So just forget what I just said, and we're going to talk about the Lantern Corp chases.
Mm-hmm.
So it starts with Sinestro. Oh, you're going literal back. Gotcha.
Yeah. So Wonder Woman's at the bottom. Star Sapphires.
Yep.
Pass.
Yeah, they're all like okay 50-point figures, but you're not playing them.
And they're certainly, they're cool. They're lanterns. Everybody loves lanterns.
Yep.
Yes, we get
pass.
that. Pass. Jessica Cruz.
Does she have keywords? No. So you're always playing one of the other lanterns in her.
Yeah, she's shockingly good too. Which is
if
crazy.
the other lanterns didn't
like
exist,
she's so good, and yet there's no way you'd play her.
Right.
But like 10 sets ago, you'd be like, Jesus Christ, how do you beat her?
Yeah.
And then now it's like, pass.
Hal Jordan.
Cowboy Boot is garbage, so he's garbage.
He's the most disappointing chase to me. Like he's not good. I mean,
If his construct was cooler and didn't just deal knockback.
Yep.
All right, so Guy Gardner.
Yay!
So we want Scott. Can we give this one to Scott?
Okay, so Guy Gardner is everything you've ever wanted. First off, exploit weakness is ridiculous right now. It is perhaps the best power in Heroclix. I mean, it's probably not Prob, but Prob is actually more obtainable. So anybody that has exploit weakness gets a huge shoot up just off the bat. He has Quake, and when he uses it and targets 2+ characters instead of dealing 2 damage, he deals damage equal to the number of adjacent opposing characters +1. So if you're deciding to play Chip, you're deciding to play this, he counters that so incredibly hard that you literally just can't. There are certain scenarios where, like, you could have a 20 defense, but you're just not going to chance getting retaliated by Dark Phoenix. This is just, no matter what you have, you can't chance 4 or 5 penetrating damage to your entire team because that's just a winner. And then on top of everything, he generates the best construct perhaps in the history of any generation of anything. And at a Flurry Blades construct, it's insane. And then this construct is the new way to not get retaliated on, because if it's within 6 squares, it immediately goes away. It's everything. He's hitting you for 1 billion, and he's 50 points. This is, I mean, the only comparable is Wendigo, and it's just because of points and how much.
And Sky Tyrant. To be fair.
And then Sky Tyrant. I think he is better than Sky Tyrant coming at you. Like, so if you have to come at him, and I would rather have Sky Tyrant run at me than Guy Gardner. The difference, of course, is this is much, much harder to do. But, I mean, Guy Gardner, God, he's hitting for so much. It's just insane. And that's my time.
Yeah, he's definitely very good. He's a little on the glass cannon side. Because if you could get a clean shot, well, I mean, if you could deal 4, he's a little worse. And the fact that the construct doesn't have autonomous is a bummer, but he's still really good.
There's so many ways to play it. Just, TKing him out, generating the construct, attacking with the construct, TKing back, and it doesn't matter if Dark Phoenix is in your starting area. Right. That's a reasonable way to play it. And then the other 100 ways that he can just devastate a team.
So I actually am not a huge fan of this guy as a charge piece. Just like because he is a charge piece. He moves 5 in attack, right?
Sure.
That's always been hard to do in all of Heroclix. He obviously, if he does it, it's very good. You're probably dealing 4 damage to 3 characters on average.
You have to have TK if you're playing him. I mean, you have to.
Yeah.
It's not. It's him and Chip, and then what else are you doing?
Right, and even then, it's a charge piece. I think the best version of him is just running 3 of him on an alpha team, carrying up, popping down 3 things, and blazing them 6 times. That seems fine, right? You just run a Duke Thomas, and you're blazing them 6 times for 14 attack.
The constructs can't have their combat value.
Oh, true. So it's just blade 6 times, and then you're probably running something else like another Pog generator or something.
And for the people at home, you can use blades, unlike some of the constructs that they made where you can't use what they have on the constructs themselves.
Yeah, so I think that's the best version of him. I actually, hot take, don't think he'll see a ton of play. I don't think he's good enough to see a lot of play. He will do the most damage of any 50-point character in the world if he charges you, forever, in all of Heroclix. But at the end of the day, he's still a charge piece. Sky Tyrant is not a charge piece because he does so much more to me.
Well, Sky Tyrant.
He technically is a charge. I know he has charge.
But no, I'm agreeing with you, Tyler. Because he gets full dial charge, full length charge.
Right.
And so that's technically not charge. That's pseudo hypersonic.
The only thing I will say is when Guy Gardner hits you, there's a high chance that the game is over. When Sky Tyrant hits you, and I know you're saying, well, put the power gem on him and all this different stuff, which power gem makes everybody good, but Guy Gardner ends games. Sky Tyrant, you can try to maneuver around. I'm not saying he's not great, though.
Disagree. I think Sky Tyrant might be at least as devastating when he hits. I think because we were just talking about all of our pieces are cheap. 30 point is the new 100 points. So charge, Quake, Flurry, Exploit might be better than this in a lot of situations.
It's possible. I mean, but remember, he also has a secondary attacker too.
Yeah, because you're attacking,
flirting, and so I'm counting that in. I'm baking that in.
Fair. Yeah, for sure.
Does he have to put it next to him? I can't.
Yeah, it's generate. So you just generate.
So it's the second thing you do, but man, that could take down just about anything.
But this guy, there might be a team with Hal, Chip, and 3 of these guys as a Herald team, and that's awesome. That's super cool. You're playing a Lantern team, and it's really, really that's a really good team.
Probably 2 chips, to be honest.
For sure.
You get the double TK. You're going to get out action, though. Actually, I apologize because Guy Gardner's two of your actions. Guy Gardner's 3 actions, so you have to consider that. 1 to TK, 1 to charge, 1 to use his chainsaw. But that chainsaw is amazing. Things that get around Dark Phoenix are rare, and he has them. And Sky Tyrant could kill Dark Phoenix, but he doesn't get around Dark Phoenix.
True, kind of. If he hits, he's probably not dying to a Dark Phoenix because he has his regen things.
Yeah, but he's bringing
All right, let's get the Sky Tyrant when we get to Sky Tyrant.
This guy themes with a Watu.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Is there who teams with a Watu?
They have Herald. They all have Herald.
A Watu's a Herald?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I am beating Tyler with a Watu and a bunch of fucking Guy Gardners.
What?
We'll see.
What?
All right. Flash and Alex talking to his children.
Alex.
Flash. I think we saw the Flash first, right? And we were like, oh man, a 19 defense with super senses.
Yeah, so we previewed him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. We did.
It's a really, really good 50-point dial. It's very good.
But it's kind of outshadowed by the 50-point flash duos.
I agree. But it's a really good 50-point dial. But it probably won't see play.
He's only really going to see play is if the meta really takes off on some crazy barrier teams. Like if Molecule Man is doubled up on every single team, because his construct helps with that.
Yeah, you can't double up Molecule Man because he's a...
thank you. Yes, true. But still, you know what I mean. Like if barrier suddenly becomes a big thing again.
Barrier is a big thing, and I don't know how else to stop Sky Tyrant at this point in time.
True.
That's fair.
So
you're right. You're right. So I think it's Tyler's team with Molecule Man added to it is about the closest thing that you can get.
Cool.
But besides that, Flash.
He's Cosmic? Molecule Man?
Yes.
Okay.
And Molecule Man is just actually Latveria.
Oh yeah, true. Sinestro is a very, very solid 50-point piece.
Yeah, you know what? It sucks that Sinestro won't see play.
Yeah.
Because a sidestep flyer with Psyblast and 3 damage and close combat expert and can heal adjacent characters 1 click.
Or free move. Like just a free move, free place. It's not, but it's pretty much place.
Yeah.
But he probably wants to play.
Is there something to opposing characters within 2 can't use improved movement?
Thank you, Scott. I was just about to say that.
Maybe?
It didn't really work with Black Widow. Remember, the shifting focus Black Widow had something to do with that as well. With their smoke clouds or something.
No, they gave you Earthbound.
Now it just doesn't matter, right? Because you can get through hindering, so what movement really even do anymore? Can't phase? Like, who cares?
Breakaway, maybe? Like, you can't...
no, you can't. Like, you wouldn't be able to ignore characters, but...
Yeah.
The issue was the Black Widow stopped you from using improved targeting.
The smoke cloud did it with Earthbound, but
it wasn't Earthbound. It was
no. They just said that you couldn't use improved abilities.
No. The smoke cloud gave out Earthbound. I'm almost positive.
Opposing characters occupying our smoke cloud markers can't use improved abilities or team abilities.
Oh, okay.
There was not one with Earthbound.
Right.
The argument there was you could use that with Vulture to make him not be able to apply to his smoke cloud, but it didn't matter. He could sidestep and do all that stuff. So,
if Sinestro was good enough for that reason, then you would just play Proteus. So it's not good enough.
Yeah, I'm saying if that was good, then Proteus would be good.
Which he is.
Or if the construct was autonomous, because it does have barrier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'd be very good. All right. Secret 6. We made it.
All right, so let me set up the thing here. So all of these Secret 6s have the trait of Outwit, and then they get rid of Protected Outwit and Safeguard Outwit if they are more than 6+, not exactly 6 like the Harley Quinn ones. So 6+, so you can have some fodder Secret 6 dudes on the team. You can't use Protected Outwit or Safeguard Outwit, which is the capital version of what Protected Capitalized is changing into. Which would be fine, right? Because you're like, I can stay outside of 6. But then, as we all know, Scarab can draw lines of fire through objects and use his Outwit across the map.
And equipped characters.
Yes.
Equipped enemy characters, yeah.
Enemy characters, yes.
Yep. Which is very good. Supergirl's not good, though. You will not play her.
Yeah, so we can just knock her off the list, right? And we can probably knock Deathbringer off the list, too.
Yeah. Yep. It's just, he's a charge piece.
Right. So, there's a couple of different versions. Kind of the base, the base of the team would be, there's different versions already floating around. Lots of stuff in flux here, but just be thinking about Scarab, Sky Tyrant, the Commissioner, Prime Giganta, regular Gigantus for 7 characters.
And you can mix and match a few things. You could play full point Giganta. You can play King Shazam over Sky Tyrant.
Are you getting the spin ring on it? How are you getting Sky Tyrant across the map?
So 50-point
Scarab
has TK, and he can draw lines of fire through an object. So the first Scarab TKs up Sky Tyrant, and then the second Scarab TKs up Sky Tyrant through an object in the middle of the map.
Does that work?
It does.
Yeah.
Don't you have to be within 6 of the character? Or not? I'm not sure. I don't know how it works. If you say it works.
Oh, that's a good point. I think the new TK doesn't work with that.
I was under the assumption it didn't work, but I didn't really read it. I was just...
It seems crazy, though. So many people have said it works, so... I'll look that up in the background while you guys are talking incredibly intelligently. And
you can, if you're TKing him, he can only move a total of 12 squares away from where he's starting.
Well, yeah, but that's enough. Because
yeah, so charge is 12.
Right, it's just 12. You can't go further. So.
All right. Commissioner, everybody hyped him up when he first came out, and I was like, guys, I know he's good, but he's not that good. He is that good. I was wrong. He's it's so...
So we can talk about the support, right? So Commissioner, power action, attack, and power action creates the rookie.
That's the worst thing he does.
Yeah.
Is it because that rookie is essentially high evolutionary? Yeah. Tell me how the rookie isn't high evolutionary. It's 25 points.
Prob if he's far away.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, well, that's not that big of a deal. So, and then we got a 25-point leadership. Okay, that's big. That's stealth and
outwit,
mastermind, and police team ability and the underworld team ability. And then he can power action, choose an adjacent friendly character that shares a keyword. And then that character can make an attack, which also pairs with Scarab shooting through the map.
I don't think that power is good on all.
We lost you there, Tyler, I think.
He said he doesn't think that power is good for any reason, and he said he's quitting Heroclix.
Yeah, he said that the power was not good at all.
It's not good in most situations because effectively you're doing a power action to make a vanilla attack because you can't even increase the combat values. So it would have to be something very specific.
I think it makes it so you can play Scarab only once if you wish. And do note that I'm thinking in the terms of not necessarily a theme team.
Wow, okay. I feel like you have to play this as a theme team.
All right, officially TK. Power, minimum range 6. Place one target-friendly single-base character or object within range and line of fire into another square within range and line of fire. That square must be within 6 squares in line of fire from the target's current square.
Yep, that works.
Characters placed within this power can't use TK.
Yep, so you can do it. Yeah, so, like, just on face value... It's PD, it's Underworld, it's Outwit, it's Leadership for 25 points. That's already pretty good. The power action to make somebody attack is pretty good. The rookie is freaking amazing. So like you could just do the whole turn without using anybody, you know? Just like power action the rookie, TK the rookie, TK the rookie, running shot the rookie. Like,
I mean, he almost is exact. High Evolutionary is a 7-move, 11 Psychic Blast, 17 with Energy Shield, and Prob. This is a 10-move running shot, 11 Psychic Blast, same exact range, double targets, and he has a conditional Prob if he can see as a giant Commissioner Gordon. That is just bonkers, and it is a vanilla attack, but it works really well with Rookie. So, you know, you kind of have two. You're getting Prob. So, I mean, there's 25 points, and technically he has more powers than Felix Faust. Because he's giving you leadership and better ones. He's giving you leadership, Prob, and Outwit. I would rather have that and an Outwit that sees through hindering.
Also 2 PD team abilities.
And double police. So It's hard for me to imagine like not putting him on the team. Also, within the new rotation, leadership's getting harder. It's just hard to put on a non-theme right now. I find myself playing Valeria a lot.
Yeah, Valeria's good.
Not anymore.
This to me, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, he does so much, but like one thing is he on the team that Dan mentioned, this guy kills 2 Dark Phoenixes in the opponent's starting area without risking anything. Because my whole team's in my starting area, and I can generate this guy and kill 2 Dark Phoenixes in their starting area turn 1. So, like...
Well, after first turn immunity's over with.
Power action to create him, power action to TK, power action to TK, running shot, double target. And you probably have like an object up there so that you can, outwit them 3 times and prob your attack twice and perplex this guy up to a 14 attack because somebody has reality gem and the 2 scarabs copied perplex. So,
yep.
Like, there's just the team as a whole has such a big toolbox to me. It does so much. Yeah.
Shockingly big. And Commissioner, to me, Commissioner is better than any of the figures in this set. He is the most versatile. He goes on almost any team. And we haven't even talked about Sky Tyrant yet, but for me, Commissioner does everything. He's 25 points and gives you high evolutionary. That makes no sense.
Now, Rookie doesn't have keywords, right?
Police keyword.
He has
no, not team ability, keywords.
He has the police
keyword. Yes.
Okay. All right, just double checking. They
thought of everything.
Yeah.
They made sure that Commissioner could make Rookie attack twice.
Okay. That's also double checking.
For no reason, this guy ignores hindering. Like, there's no reason that should be a thing, because the only counter to Scarab is that he doesn't do that. But then you just carry this guy up with Giganta and outwit their stealth. And so, like, there's just... Yeah, it's a lot. And he has Mastermind, so he can Mastermind to things if he needs to, like a Giganta who's only taking 1 damage.
He gives wild cards Batman. So, like...
And PD and Underworld, which is underrated.
Yeah, it gives out 3
Commissioner... Oh, no, the Rookie has Batman. Wow.
Yep.
Okay. Never mind.
It's just everything. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And would anybody ever play him at 50? I don't think I would, right?
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
I'd play all this guy if he wasn't unique. I think that I might I would consider playing like 9 of him and be like, okay, come at me. It's fine. I'll re-roll you 18 times.
I'll Mastermind to my 9 rookies.
Yeah, you effectively this stupid bastard effectively has Impervious too.
Yeah. Yeah, because he just Masterminds the rookie who has
Jesus.
Yeah, that's I hadn't considered some of those things. I'm glad y'all just went off about it.
That's all right. That's the first figure down.
Right. Yeah. So now we've talked about Scarab quite a bit. So let's just wrap up Scarab, right? So, I mean, I think you probably play Scarab at 50.
I actually think he's viable at 75 too. I just want to be
I agree. And that's what I was going to say. I was going to say that. I think 50 is where he'd be commonly seen at, but 75 is just fine as well.
75 kills Dark Phoenix.
Well, 50 kills Dark Phoenix because you outwit her stop click.
Yeah.
And then
if you're playing on the theme, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he so he has a Secret 6, so he's outwitting. His big thing, well, he has 2 big things. Free, choose an adjacent character until your next turn. Scarab can use the effects of all equipment equipped to that character. That's really good. So as an example, you equip your Commissioner Gordon with Reality Gem, and now you have 2 Scarabs. They both free action. You now have 3 Perplexes on your team if you need it.
And we're also assuming that, like, just for not there is, the Reality Gem we assume is going to get some sort of errata for its TK object attack thing.
I don't know. It doesn't have to. It might.
We don't. Yeah, it doesn't have to, but we're assuming that it's probably going to get something. So like that could just go off multiple times. Let's just assume that he gets to make like a 3 damage attack, right? Can you imagine if he rolls a 10+ and just gets to do that? Does that across the map again, just for rolling a 10+?
That would be cool, but I don't think it would work because you would generate the object next to you. Oh, if you're just saying, maybe if he just like gets to make an attack, yeah, that could work.
Well, no, even if you generate the object, he could just be able to throw the object across the map.
Can we do like an explosion of just rattling off the things that he could copy that would just be broken off the chain?
Yeah.
And just like everybody just shout them out or something like that, because I'm like overwhelmed.
Power Gem reality.
Christmas present.
What's that? Christmas present. Yeah, he free in-capped a bunch of people.
So how about what he's not good with? The Waldo arms.
Yeah, that's so sad.
Sure.
I wish that worked.
Because he won't ever get the effect of the Waldo arms.
Because it rolls at the beginning of the turn.
How about emotional modifier? Like, how about you're like, I'll play Bishop and Scarab and the emotional modifier and somebody else, and I'll -3 to your attack from things within 4, and Bishop says you have to shoot within 5. So
can he do that through an item?
No,
because it's within 4 of him.
It's within 4 of him, but so he can make it. So I mean, the best thing in Heroclix, the absolute game that we're all playing is you have to come to me. Now, Tyler, you build teams that are like, I'll come to your starting area and win. And that's a great strategy. It is, because, if you lose the you have to come to me strategy, then if you're good with coming to them, then that can be great. But overall, most of the time, if you're fighting in your opponent's starting area, you're losing. You've committed too much effort to going to them. Scarab basically demands that you either drop your equipment, which equipment-free teams will happen, or you have to come to him, or you're on a time clock. He does so much for so little. And we didn't even talk about the can count squares from Ryan Fire. We kind of said that, I guess, earlier. But
yeah,
when he attacks this way, he has a maximum of 1 damage.
So, Scarab puts an huge dent into characters that come equipped automatically.
Yep.
Massive. So on the team that I'm thinking, right, you have Reality Gem at some point because 10 points for 3 perplexes is too good. So this guy is basically, and you're playing 2 of them, he is a global with the object drop, outwit, through anything, perplex, and prob. Even if he didn't attack, that's just insane.
That's
and
insane.
Outwit, perplex, prob, TK globally.
I like the idea that you play him with Richard, and you give him any power you want, any attack power. So
and he themes with Richard.
What's that?
He themes with Richard.
Yeah, he does actually, technically.
Yeah.
So yeah, you literally give him Pulse Wave. You can give him Psychic Blast and keep him at 50 points. I like the idea of double mind control.
Yep.
Like you double target mind control from their
reality
area.
Does give him 2 targets.
Yeah, I think what's going to be now the one thing that does mess with him is Bishop, from an attacking standpoint.
Right. Yeah. If only he paired with the best close combat piece in the game, man.
That is rough. He doesn't know though.
Right. So we can talk about this. But Scarab, right? He also is really good at shooting barrier from across the map.
Yep.
If you don't want them to be equipped, you can. He's one of the few ways to destroy objects now.
Yes, if the object is destructible.
Right.
Yeah.
Or you can just.
So can he draw a line of fire? And
no, you can't TK. You can't TK opposing objects. We don't think.
Oh yeah, that needs clarification.
Right now, could you, if they have the emotional modifier and it's your turn, you go first. Could they blow up your emotional modifier, assuming that's blow upable, while drawing a line through the thing you're blowing up?
Yeah.
Gosh. Yeah, there's so many tricks, and I've been talking about them forever.
I know.
I haven't even considered that. I'm looking up what objects are like. All the rings now are suspect, right?
That's my fear is that I'm overhyping this team, but like every time I think of something, this team is just a magic toolbox that pulls out the answer to me.
Right. So I talked to. The only thing I think that does really good is Molecule Man and winning map and saying, I am okay with going to a 0-0 loss against you.
Does the team have enhancement?
Oh, can I just say this? If they don't go first, there is a very squishy team.
Right, but you got to make sure that your team has full map reach.
Which is every team.
Yeah, that's what that is.
TK, I mean, not like move up full map. It's got to be like TK running shot, KO 2 things.
Yeah. Almost every team has that now.
I don't think that's true.
Most teams that will play competitively have fairly full map reach, whether it's Micron Adam or Scarab himself.
Micron Adam does not have full map reach. You move up like 12 and then you place, and then that's it, right? Unless
there's a lot of Cable gives Micron Adam full map reach. Cable gives Punisher War Machine full map reach. I have a friend who plays that all the time.
Yeah, Cable is definitely one way to do it. But yeah, losing map and then a big full map alpha is a weakness to it for sure. But it's a +7, right? That's probably like the highest you're going to get post rotation.
Pretty much, yeah. It's a plus, it's a +3. I don't know why, but nobody's really building with the She-Hulk thing, but that is very legitimately good. Swapping 75-point She-Hulk, and then you swap her out to
decent, or no 75-point. Fantastic.
Yeah, you swap her out to Black Leopard and the Richards guy. I'm blanking on his name, Franklin Richards, that can pick powers, and then the one that gets rid of objects and makes powers. It's a really good, easy swap with 3 characters, and then you get the double map reroll thing. So I think even with a +3 and then a +2, it sides slightly in your favor.
Now, does the Nathaniel Richards idea actually work, or are you destroying the object that you're going to try to carry over?
And you might run out of objects, actually.
That's what I'm wondering.
I've been playing Nathaniel Richards a lot, and I often will play him with Egg because Egg has Barrier, which is a nice combo. Yes, if you don't play that, you can run out of objects. Nathaniel Richards just has a nice bonus right now of just you play 3 light objects or something like that. There's just a nicety to him getting rid of objects so fast because, obviously Scarab is a problem right now in figuring out what to do with the objects. So you kind of place your objects on their side of the map, and then they place those objects. He eats 1, picks up 1, and so that's 2 of them gone right there.
Yeah. So that's really my question with this is how often the Scarab shooting through objects is going to happen, because you can't rely on them having objects for that to be consistent.
So from the team in my head, you probably have 2 equipments and an object, and then the turn you go, you're moving up a Giganton and dropping the object to protect it.
Okay.
And that's assuming that they just don't equip anything, which will happen a lot of times, but a lot of times you just don't even have to worry about it because they're going to equip.
Yeah, this is one of the most interesting things in the meta is not how good is Scarab, but how does it change things? Do you not build with an object because there's too much Scarab around? We're going to play in this exact world in 3 weeks for a Scott Porter tournament. And a lot of people will play this. So do you not put objects on your team because, or you don't pay for objects because of that? Is that literally the world we live in? And you kind of consider, okay, how can my team get rid of 3 heavy objects turn 1?
Oh my goodness, does this make Galactus actually relevant?
No.
What does Galactus do in this regard?
Shock the turtle.
You can equip. He's not equipment.
Oh, he's
is
not
what I'm saying. He's not considered equipment, so you can't shoot from someone that has Galactus.
Ooh, there we go. That's the play. Galactus, hard barrier, convert the map.
That's
Hope
really
you win.
slow, by the
Hope
way.
you win. You gotta hope that you win map, because if you lose map, they could probably still get to you.
No, guys. It's the Galactus Alpha Strike team I was talking about. That's it. Full map reach, right? Genius.
Oh, so Galactus, Macron, Atom.
Yeah, you power action across the board, slap them. If you win map, you probably win that
Do
game.
you know what he's talking about, Scott?
I do not.
All right,
I
so
assume Tyler's
here's a fun thing about Galactus playing him at 100 points. Galactus at 100 points. Let me pull him up real quick. He has a trait that says power. Place Galactus anywhere on the map except an opponent's starting area or on special terrain. He can be placed on blocking terrain and immediately destroys that terrain when doing so. So it's not a power, it's a trait, so it can't be outwitted. So you just power action, place Galactus anywhere on the map, Micron and 2 atoms follow along. Then you punch them in their starting area.
Yeah,
that's a good combo.
And then you have it's a thing. It's something that exists in the realm of Heroclix.
Is it a theme or no?
No.
But I don't think it's that bad, actually. Honestly, like it's hard after getting that first hit to finish Galactus off the next turn. But anyway.
Krakoa is an option too if it's not theme.
Yep,
Krakoa is 40 points and has a lot of potential to do some very, very similar stuff.
Oh, you know what? That's right. And guys, I'm really enjoying this. I know we're running a little bit late on this one.
That's fine.
But Sky Tyrant is stopped by Krakoa.
How?
I'm with you. Oh, like just control revival?
Because they don't KO, right?
Oh, yeah. He won't get his tokens.
So he can come across and flurry, eat your ass.
And then move 15 squares away.
Should we talk about Sky Tyrant now?
Yeah, we have 2 figures left to talk about.
That's a good thing to talk about. We only have, one, right? Just
King Shazam and Sky Tyrant.
I like
Sky Tyrant, right? Full charge, flurry, 11 attack, 3 damage, quake, exploit.
So it's flurry, quake, exploit, which all work together. So he's flurrying, he's quaking, he's exploiting. And then his other trait is when Sky Tyrant KOs an opposing character, so whenever he kills something, anything, an opposing character, it doesn't have to be standard or anything, it's bystanders, give him a reincarnation token. No limit to him. When Sky Tyrant would be KO'd, you would maybe instead remove a reincarnation token and heal him to his last click, essentially, which he has the charge flurry power on that click. So,
and blades.
And blades, true.
Which is better than Quake in many ways.
It does. Yeah, it is. It's crazy with how many low point figures there are. Having Quake and Exploit work together, and being able to do it twice. So he's hitting everybody for 4 penetrating damage. That's essentially, Guy Gardner's first attack. Obviously, not the follow up with the chainsaw. But he's doing, and he's probably killing something, so it's hard to kill him. Also, the other thing that's just dumb is his speed power is charge flurry, don't have speed power, so don't have speed value. But then also, when he hits after resolutions, he may move up to half his speed value, ignoring characters. So
essentially, super hyper speed, like.
Yeah, so let's say I move across the map, or a TK charge, right? I quake 3 of their guys twice. I have hit 6 times. I get to move 36 squares.
That will so definitely be errated. I don't even know if it's worth talking about.
I don't think it will.
How you really think? You know what though? It might not be errated by Scott Porter's tournament.
Yeah.
And so, but I can't imagine Kenny anybody being like,
squares.
yep, you moved 36 squares. Hold on, I need to make 6 separate moves. Up time.
So that's cool. A combo that I very, very much like with him is equipping him with the Waldo arms, even though Scarab can't equip it, because it gives him giant reach for his Quake, which is amazing with that huge Quake flurry. And so he charges, let's say he just hits twice and he gets to move. Then he rolled for the thing. Let's say he rolls end cap. Then he moves for free. He double target close end caps 2 people. Then he moves 12 more.
So, if I could tickle your ear, Tyler, with something besides Waldo. All black the Necro Sword still gives the giant reach, and they can't use shape change or super senses. And additionally, the Waldo arms are destructible, but the Necro Sword is indestructible.
That is true, and it helps Scarab too.
And what is good about Waldo or Necro is that they're 15 points, so DJ Doom can't unequip them.
Oh, true. Also true. Yeah, it's very good. He's a very good piece. I think he
reminds me of the new tank. I'm already waiting for him to be done.
Yeah.
Like,
well, this is clearly getting errata. I'm not gonna.
It was just like, oh, okay, so I have to figure this out. You're not going to, you got to get close to me. I can't bunch my characters up. What am I doing here? So, realistically, can we just ask what are the counters to this?
I mean, Tyler's been trying to talk to me about Cohen Revival for a minute.
Can this actually... Oh, go ahead. I got one when you're done.
So, I mean, the only thing that you have to do with this Krakoan Revival thing is be able to protect Chase Apocalypse. And if you can protect him from getting his stop click and his impervious outwitted, like maybe with stealth or, just good positioning.
And barrier would help too.
Yeah, barrier. I mean, there's X-Men barrier, right? Like egg, right? That's a thing. So some eggs, the common Wolverine with the 6 clicks and the stealth, and the combat reflexes.
Maybe.
You've got me excited about it, Tyler. So you got me excited about it like 3 months ago.
Yeah, I think it's good.
No, I'm sorry. You failed at getting me excited about it 3 months ago. So now I hope that you're still excited about it.
I am not. I have discovered that I play tempo teams, and every time I play against it, it just falls behind so fast. As soon as I kill that first figure and make an autonomous pog that's 11 for 3, and then that kills something else, and then I make another pog and I'm up 100 points.
But maybe now with and I'm just spitballing here a little bit. Maybe now with the Dooms and being able to play Doom 67 with it, maybe you incorporate that in with it.
So wait, can you get around Krakoan Revival by playing Lord Doom?
Yeah, if you play your own Lord Doom.
Yeah, so you don't play theme, you play Lord Doom.
Yeah, that would work. They can't generate pogs.
But does that mean that you can't Krakoan Revival because they have to generate the pog?
No, because it's opposing characters can't generate, and I don't think the opposing characters are generating them.
Yeah, you're generating it.
Yeah, you're generating it. Yeah, so Lord Doom doesn't stop it. But Doom 67 does because they can only take 3 actions.
Actually, it does say if you do, your opponent scores that character and generates a bystander on this card. So your opponent is generating it.
Yeah, but their character is not. I think that's the distinction.
Let me read Lord Doom real quick.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
So while he's looking at that, my counter for it is it's making a lot of assumptions that you're going to take out all my Dark Phoenixes with Scarab because I'm an idiot that puts my Scarabs next to my equipment and my objects.
This team has 4 different ways to kill 2 Dark Phoenixes in your starting area turn 1.
It says opposing characters can't generate bystanders. So your opponent your opposing character is not generating the bystander. It's just your opponent is generating the bystander.
Right. So I don't think it stops it.
Anyway, that's not my argument. I'm just saying there's a lot of assumptions made there. Also, I don't know. I guess you're not. How are you getting him precision strike? Is my question. Because you're not playing that. Yeah, because you're playing the 75-point scale for.
Yeah, the hypotheticalness is you're outwitting stuff. You're getting so much, and then he's all the way across the board. So even if you survive that, you then have to get across the board and attack them again, because he literally goes at this moment all the way across the board. Again, I think that they will errata that, but they might not by Scott Porter's tournament, and that is the important one we're, looking at right now, right? So,
does this team somehow make Mystics relevant?
Mystics? What do you mean?
He takes 1 damage, and he's immediately a lot worse. He still makes the attack, still makes the move.
Oh, but he can't move. Oh, he can move back because it's at the end. So
right, he can, but he's now suddenly a normal charge piece because you don't have support or anything on your team.
But if he KOs something, right, it's the tokens that he gets.
I get that. He'll still get the reincarnation, but now he's just a charge piece. He doesn't have flurry. He doesn't have the movement. He takes 1 damage, and he's a 50-point charge piece.
You have 2 of him. That's kind of thing. Like, the team's overwhelming because there's 2 Sky Scarabs. The question I have, though, is, so he moves 12, right? And he gets TK'd 6, and he's already up 1. So he's not actually getting to the back row of your board. Or how is he?
You have 2 TKs.
So you're saying 1 Sky Scarab's killing everybody?
Sky Tyrant?
Sorry, Sky Tyrant. I combined them into 1 terrifying piece.
Against most teams I've seen, he's killing enough to definitely, overcompensate for his points, and then you have another one loaded up in the back that can do it again next turn.
But you're not doing all of that with Sky Tyrant and killing all of my Dark Phoenixes. Like, you're doing one or the other in 1 turn. That'll be 4 actions. I play Doom, so you got 3. But maybe if you have all 4, that might be possible. But I'm probably not letting you have an object to shoot from. So Giganta would have to do her
that
thing.
Is harder than. So they place 3 heavy objects in your area. How do you deal with 3 heavy objects? So in your first turn, are you doing nothing but shooting 3 heavy objects then?
But it's also Giganta can just pack a light from their starting area. But Alex, I would say this is what you are rehashing the discussion I had with Tyler for 2.5 hours last week.
Right, but you guys never actually put it out on the field. It's one of them, but it's good. It's good though that people are hearing this conversation because they're probably having this conversation in their head.
Yeah, you need to. This is I'm having this conversation in my head. Let me ask you this: what about just the concept that Sky Tyrant doesn't hit? Is that possible?
He has a 14 with the 3 perplexes.
So there's a lot going on there. I just want to say it out loud. So you're equipping him twice. You're equipping with the 3 perplexes here. You're equipping 1 character with the TK, the reality gem, and you're equipping Sky Tyrant.
Well, so generally, if you win map, yes, that's very easy. You're just equipping, right?
Yes. So he has 14 attack. We're assuming that he has, the Necro Sword, right? So you're no rollouts or anything of that nature. But he still has a charge piece, and he has a 2 range. That's not getting everybody, but you're just doing a lot. And I don't know if just literally Doom doesn't stop it, saying, okay, well, I've blown up my turn. So I'm playing Doom, okay, and 2 Dark Phoenixes, non-theme, whatever, right? And Dark Phoenix is on the other sides of the board. So it's very, very hard for you to get to. I have no idea how you're getting there. You only have 3 actions. I've blown up my objects, and I have no equipment on anybody.
At that point, with the Doom, you would have to do a setup turn where you moved a like your gigant is up 6 squares or something, so you can place an object next turn, or just move up a little bit because that team doesn't seem like it has much of an alpha strike.
So what you're needing to build is both the defensive team and the alpha strike. Then what about just how are you getting around barrier? You're having Scarab. We're assuming that Scarab can shoot barrier even though he says a max 1 damage.
Yeah, he can.
Right.
Because it's just a destroy action.
So what you turn into there, Scott, is I think you have to have Doom 67 on a barrier team.
No, I don't think you have to do both.
But I think that's.
But yeah, we're just talking, right?
Just talk. So Doom 67 on barrier, which is like Molecule Man and Annihilating Conqueror, type thing, or just Doom 67 because he's Latveria and so is Molecule Man, and you can throw in a Zero Ring, or probably not a Zero Ring, or you're looking at multiple Dark Phoenixes again with Doom 67, so that you don't lose them all immediately. Spread them across your back line, and being able to maybe use, say, the flashes.
This is all assuming you either have Bishop to stop range for Scarab, or you win map, so you're indoor.
Right. So you're looking at something like Bishop, the flashes, Doom, the Annihilating Conqueror, turning into Doom 67 with Molecule Man and Dark Phoenixes, so that you're able to get your Captain Marvel or whatever across the map, so you can alpha them back. Or you can alpha them first if you win map, or you have enough survivability to come back.
All right. What level? So there are 14, right? So I'm a big Harry Leland fan right now. So he would -2 attack and damage. Now, of course, the problem is Quake nullifies the -2 damage.
Right.
So. It's the problem. One of the teams I'm looking at right now is I have emotional. So the team is Harry Leland Bishop, Dark Phoenix Wendigo, High Evolutionary, Wendigo, Chip, Commissioner, Scarab, and emotional modifier.
Fuck. Okay, I like it.
And it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. Okay, so one character has emotional modifier. Let's just say Commissioner. Okay. And then Scarab has Scarab copies emotional modifier, and then I have Harry Leland. So you come in -4. But the problem, of course, is emotional modifier just simply not playable because they go first and they destroy it turn 1.
Well, if do you have Bishop on this team? You have to.
Yes, but that's an object, and you can just destroy opponent's object turn 1.
Oh yeah, you can just. Yeah, because...
So now, can you just simply not play, because of Scarab, does Scarab say you cannot play a non-destroyable object anymore?
On a non-theme, it's pretty rough. I don't know if it's never, because, you're never always playing Scarab. I don't think it's never. It's definitely something you got to think about, though.
Let me ask you something. This might be a dumb question, but there might be people asking about this, so maybe I won't feel so dumb. What happens if someone's standing on the object?
It doesn't matter because you can draw a line of fire to yourself always to the same square that you're in.
So you can draw a line of fire just to that character, or you can draw a line of fire to anybody.
Anybody.
This is an interaction that I don't think has happened in a very long time.
Very long time.
So it's one of those you can't draw a line of fire to yourself in this instance if you're doing something like that. If you're attacking, obviously. So the question is, because you can't attack yourself. So if I put a Dark Phoenix on an object, what's the interaction there? Does she block line of fire for everybody else but herself? Because you're drawing line of fire now, but there's a character on that is blocking that line of fire.
Yes.
I have no fucking idea, but my assumption would be that the square that you're drawing lines of fire from cannot block the line of fire. That is my assumption, but that's just bullshit.
So you're saying, Alex, if you place a 2x2 strategically over an object, It would be my assumption that you could only draw a line of fire to that 2x2.
But the object is in, so you're shooting the same square that you're drawing a line of fire from.
I think you can always target whoever's in the square. I don't think that's in contention.
That's the same square as the object, so you're not.
But if there was a 2x2 blocking, say, south, east, and west out of that square, then yes, it would block the line of fire.
The problem is that this whole interaction essentially breaks the rule of occupancy. Like that's why it's weird. Is because you can never have two things of opposing forces occupy the same space. So you're kind of occupying the same space as something, and I don't think it's cut and dry answer of saying, oh yeah, it makes sense what you guys are saying, but it's one that's like, I don't know if there's a certain, like a cut and dry answer saying, oh yes, because you're targeting the same square that you're drawing lines of fire from. When does that happen that often for attacking purposes?
I see what you're saying. I just don't want to think about it.
It would be interesting. It would be, honestly, it would be great for the game if you could stand on the objects and you no longer could draw a line of fire. But I don't think that's what it's going to be.
Because they do that stuff for like special terrain, remember? Like with the Iron Avengers, they're like, oh, well, someone's standing on it, you can't. I know it's a different mechanic, I get it. But they made that ruling, and they're like, no, that's totally okay. If you're on that square, they can't generate, so that doesn't happen.
I just don't think it matters, right? Like because you can only just carry an object up. I'm never placing. So I have 2 equipments and 1 light object on this team. I am never placing that light object over on their side.
It matters because now I'm no longer wasting actions destroying objects. Like if you put your objects up or my objects, I can now just move my people onto my objects and just not equip them yet. Like give them that first turn and not give you points immediately. I could just stand someone, Bishop, for example. I could throw Bishop up there.
Power actioning to move up there. It's the same thing, right?
Not if I carry. If I sidestep carry with the Phoenix, maybe, and then... I mean, there's options, is what I'm saying, as far as... Do I want to take the time to shoot, or does that mean I could progress forward and get up into your area a little bit more for next turn when you move your Giganta up? But anyway, this is...
Let's just go with this. Let's go with this quick question. I destroy the 3 objects you put in front on my turn 1, and then I put up a barrier around my characters. How do you get him all the way across the board and destroy a barrier?
Well, so if it's we're assuming you're not theme and I win map.
Yes.
I have I can just TK out the Pog for 1 and just shoot over your barrier. I can move up a Sky.
That's right. Yeah, you don't have to attack me with Sky Tyrant. That's a good point.
No, I can move up a Giganta, drop an object, and shoot the barrier with the Scarab first, and then TK and charge. I don't know if I can reach full map from that. I might have to move up a little bit.
If you move up, you have to assume that I can attack you then.
Well, I would only have to move up my Gigantas, right?
So I kill your Gigantas to start the game?
You kill my uncommon Giganta, and then I retaliate you with the Prime? That seems fine.
That's okay.
I have Harry Leland.
Yeah.
But...
Oh, true.
10 for 3. I mean...
But, I mean, you just can't retell if you have Harry Leland.
And I also am... I like King Shazam over the second Sky Tyrant a lot of times.
Okay.
So I might just move him up because you can't kill him turn 1.
Yeah.
I'm also pretty okay if you use one of your limited actions to power action and retail, as opposed to TKing, moving your Tyrant or Scarab.
I think you guys are underestimating that retail. It's very...
No, I'm not.
Okay.
People heard earlier in this episode.
The point is, it's so damn dangerous. It's all so dangerous. It's crazy. It's a crazy dangerous $550 team minimum, and it might.
I just bought a chase set.
Did you really? How much did you pay for the chase set?
I don't have Sorcerer yet, and I don't want to think about a total.
Okay.
Yeah, I just bought the Doom set.
Oh, so I don't know. This is what do you think this team is? $1,000?
So I can tell you this. So I'll say this: the team that I'm playing for Jay's event next week is at $1,500 total.
With the sideline.
with the sideline and maps.
Wow. You know, when I won the in 2006, when all of you guys were 1 year old, I won a Heroclix World Championship. And do you know how much my team could be bought for online because they totaled it up?
72 cents uphill both ways in the snow.
It was 72 cents, but at that time that was $10,000. No, it was $3.50.
Oh my god!
Because it was all commons basically, or red veteran figures, which were cost nothing, 50-cent bin, and then I had a Jean Marie, which cost like $1.50, $2 because it was a prize. And that was it. No chases, no super rares, nothing. And now you're running a team of $1,500.
Well,
It's
so
not
for
that,
what it's
not gonna
worth,
be that much at all.
no. So like for what it's worth, my 2 Rock World teams were over 1,000. So that's already
That's
been.
IDs put those up a lot, right?
Yeah.
But now you can
IDs
have-
are worth $1.
Yeah, but even without IDs now, I think my team for next week is $1,500.
If anybody's sitting here worrying about the cost of these chases, though, one, be thankful that the commissioner is unique. So that means his price will be a little bit lower.
Thank
Like
God.
100 or a little bit below 100.
No.
But also be that, yeah, definitely. But also because of the second point of that it's a chase of brick. And I know there's other garbage chases, but that does mean the quantity is higher.
A
of
chase
all the
a
chases.
case, or you said a chase
A brick. They actually advertised it.
Okay,
Chase a
that
brick.
helps.
I
I mean, you're getting your money's worth. This is the best set that's ever come out to just buy a ton of, except for the fact that you are going to literally push into a landfill the first 35 pieces.
Yeah, are you sure? Because
Well, because you got buy it by the brick. It's a chase a brick. You need 5 of every chase. You know, like it's
you're making a lot of sense.
Yeah,
We
Yeah.
talked about a lot of super rares that were pretty
We did. They're really good.
and
So-
the super rare
so-
sets almost a must.
I think
And the
the
legacy
problem,
cards.
I think the issue comes in, Scott. So it's if you're asking me how much does the Secret Six team cost? So like for Scott Porter's event, there could be a good rush on that depending on whether or not ownership is required.
Oh God, if not,
No, it's not. I can go ahead and tell you because this episode's coming out after the announcement tomorrow. So, no, figures aren't going to be required.
So the chases cost 0.
nice. I like that. That's my favorite amount for HeroClix.
Me too. Stupid Jay
I
had to throw it
can't.
in
So
first
sometimes,
to
Scott, I
the
can't tell whether or not you're being serious or not.
That's my charm.
Well,
Yeah.
just keep in mind.
I get it, and I think I'm pretty good at picking it out, but I cannot tell if you're serious on that one or not.
Just keep in
I would
mind.
rather-
Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so when I used to play Magic, people would be like, "You're not even playing with the real cards." I'm like, "Well, they're printed." I'm like, "But they're not the real cards." I'm like, "Do you work for Wizards of the Coast? What do you care?" Like,
Wait, did you
Why
print
do
out your deck of Magic cards?
what's that?
Did
Yeah.
you print? Oh,
Absolutely. Why would I not print a deck of Magic cards?
I don't know. I've never
Like,
heard of it.
literally, tell me, other than saying because they don't want you to, tell me why I would. Why wouldn't I print out a deck of Magic cards? Why would I drop $10,000 getting together a set when I can drop $100 and get every card ever?
How much are Magic decks now?
Anyway,
Oh my God!
All right,
yeah, they're
so
ridiculous.
I would say that Scarab is probably $100 and a quarter a piece.
It's low, but yeah.
It's
Let's see
Sky
for Ryan.
Tyrant. Sky Tyrant's probably $75 a piece.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I think these guys are cheaper than Doom because it's not Doom. You don't need to play them all together because they don't switch out. You can obviously, and it's good.
I mean, they have a trait for you to do so. So
If
And
this wins,
I think that Commissioner gets flooded and he drops to 60 to 50 really quickly.
I would agree with Commissioner because they'll probably nobody needs 2. But if I pull 2 Sky Tyrants, I'm like, do I want 3?
yeah.
No, I don't think you ever want 3.
Probably not, but I mean, if you ever did want 3 of something, he's up there. So I don't know. It's amazing. These figures are stupid good.
In the right situations, they definitely are.
And none of the legacy cards are good. Is that good for you?
Yeah. So, I guess to wrap up the set review, the starter Battlegrounds kit we reviewed on our YouTube channel. We do not know at this time all of the legacy cards, but the legacy cards that we have seen at this point, there's nothing really super exciting there. We've got a few questions. I'll give y'all a minute to talk about King Shazam.
I think he might be good enough to play over Sky Tyrant because you don't really need more than one a lot of times, and just having someone that you can move up and be completely safe is good on that team. He's a solid don't die attacker for the points.
But he's a charge piece.
He's not. I don't think I'll ever charge with him. I think he's just moving out to sit there and mastermind with Commissioner.
Carrying a light object. He's literally a character. I mean, you do have to move him twice, though, right? Because he doesn't have sidestep, so he has to pick up the light object and then move again to drop the light object.
I would use him specifically to move him up turn 1 and then wait, and then turn 2 you can move him up again and drop the light object in there.
You're doing a lot with these actions. I just want to say it out loud. That's
2 actions over 2 turns.
No, I hear you, but so you're double TKing, you're going with Sky Tyrant, and you're dropping an object with King Shazam.
If the only time I ever do this is if they have Bishop. If they don't have Bishop, it's super easy.
I want to note that if you do move him to his other click, he's going to have a really hard time. You're going to have to really move that dude up.
Yeah, he's just gonna die, right? What stops me? You bring him up, and I pop him for 4, and then he goes. No. I get that. He goes to his click, and then when he comes after resolutions at the end, he dies.
Is there anything clever with Mystics there where I retaliate you because you're playing King Shazam?
If that is a concern, because Scarab also has Mystics, but that's just if they have Alpha Strike. If I move them up 11, I think that's enough. Maybe not, because then you could retell. I could running shot out, shoot him, retell with a Dark Phoenix behind him, and then shoot your team with range.
But your team is essentially immune because they're turn 1.
Oh, true. That's assuming I wouldn't map for sure. So
there is also a lot to say that this team loses to this team hard.
That's what Alex said, but it can't. It's always a 50-50 matchup against the same
it's
team.
not.
So
you forget all the other variables.
All right. So it is right, but if the best you can tell me that I can do in Heroclix is a 50-50 dice roll, that is not very much fun.
That's true.
There are way too many variables to say it's a
right. 50. So you're just saying that if you map roll and you lose because you lost map roll, then you might as well just concede. Why make them roll the dice?
Well, it's never that. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying this team is one reason to consider not playing this team is just that it's not good against itself or losing map.
No, I'm saying if you just make the decision to play this team and then you meet this exact copy of your team and then you lose map, I guess you can. No, you
always still play it out, but when you're deciding what you play, and this team does lose very hard to Micron Atom teams that go first.
Full map Alpha Strike that wins map. Yes, it's probably a bad matchup for it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So go ahead, Alex. No, you fine.
I was gonna say the last thing with this is that this is not an we've been talking about Magic this whole time. This team is not a net deck team. This team I feel requires a bit more finesse to actually make it a good team, a great team. If I were to be I bought all these figures and I throw them down, I won't know the Giganta move up and all of that stuff.
Scarab is endlessly hard to play. With an infinite amount of options, calling back to when you used to be able to pick 4 different powers for Zombie Super Scroll. It's a very hard amount of options. You have to make a lot of choices. And I still don't know if there is a convincing argument for I have, 2 different Dark Phoenixes on opposite sides of the board and a legitimate team. What you exactly do about that.
Yeah.
But
Yep, I agree with that. So we had some listener questions. Dionisio, we did get to see the Super Rare Prime before the episode was up, so thank you so much. Adam Horror, I'm sorry, Adam, I don't know how to say your last name. We did go over the lanterns and then the interaction with the next set, hopefully being Green Lantern, but we don't know, or lantern-based. ACM asked, with Secret Society heavy in this set, should I stick with them for the 500 Mighty Age event at the Clix Cup or stick with Latveria Starotech? I think you have time between now and the Cup to see what happens at Scar Porter's event, so to be determined.
X-Men. It's probably going to be X-Men because they're releasing an X-Men set right before that event.
Sure, that's true.
That's true. Allan Duer, can War Light constructs be used with these lanterns?
No, but I think they're going to do that again. I think you're going to be buying packs of War of Light thing. That's my prediction. Not War of Light, but you're going to be buying the construct packs. I feel very confident that that's going to happen in the year.
Or WKO prizes.
Yeah, that too.
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
they
think
have
that
the
is
molds. They haven't been around for a while.
They probably still have a warehouse full of them somewhere.
That's true,
And
yeah.
they're like, let's print some cards and we'll do something.
Well, what I had told them several years ago was just print us packs of cards for War of Light.
Yep.
Just let us reuse the little plastic pieces, print us card packs, charge us whatever you would like for them, whatever, and then just let us play the batteries with new rules. Like the crossbow doesn't have to do RCE, it could do something else.
Let us never play the batteries again. But yes, I hear you.
So wait, does that mean you're the reason we have legacy cards?
I am not as bold to say that, but this was in like 2017. So
that sounds like was that before or after you asked them to bring Felix Faust back? They may have ignored what you said after.
No, actually it was 2018 when was Kenny's first event. I had mentioned that to Kenny, and the other half of that was the only time I did get to talk to Justin Zarin at that same Origins. I asked him to get rid of ID cards and Colossal Retail. So,
oof,
I like that option.
That obviously didn't go well.
No,
ID cards is great. I hate ID cards, and I'm so glad we're not playing with them.
Yep.
All right, Jeremy Christie, best pairings for the Commissioner. We talked about that a little bit. And yeah, Miles West would be.
I just want to say there's a ton of great pairings for the Commissioner. Like,
yes,
he can really be used in Monster to attack twice. I do disagree with Tyler. I think it's very helpful for him to perplex up somebody and have them be able to attack a bunch. And there's so many passive powers now. So.
Well, you can't perplex because it's their base stats.
But you're right.
The extra power thing does help.
That's right. Never mind. I'm stupid.
Right, but it's also worth at least mentioning that the Commissioner can do it with Prime Batman.
Yep.
Oh, true. Yeah.
Yep.
So that
or Immortal Hulk.
Yeah. No,
yes.
that piece is bad. Everybody forgot about him.
No, they have not. At least I haven't. So, Jeremy, we could probably do a whole entire segment on that. We are running into hour 5 here, though. So,
Immortal Hulk is good against that team. Oh no, he's not because he can outwit his powers. Dang it!
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, you can outwit his stop click in one shot.
In one shot. My bad. He's terrible.
Pietro, we did talk about Lex Luthor, and we did talk about Prime Giganta as well. Emmanuelle, so he says, do you think that people went all in prematurely on the Doom chases before seeing Wonder Woman 80?
God,
and I don't think so. No, I think absolutely not. With the past 45-minute discussion on Doom chases versus Secret Six,
I
I hope
Scott
that
still
gives you a
thinks that
little
they're
more detail.
awful. All right.
No, I think that they're
Guys,
less. They're not. I think that they're not tier 1. I think that they're good figures, but when you play them out, they'll end up being forgotten.
That's so crazy because like they've won all of the events and like topped all of the events recently.
You're
I'm
invalidating
factoring
Tyler's
in Wonder
win.
Woman.
Yeah.
I'm factoring in. Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Fair enough.
We'll
I
see
mean,
what happens
I
in the
lost
Scott
to it,
Porter
but
event.
I lost to it. I lost to you, Tyler, and you did have a Doom, but I felt like that Doom did not do a lot against me and was kind of a liability.
I think I would have lost without him to just like immediately to your Vulture.
Yeah, we'll see what happens next week at Jay's event as well. That'll be a good first in-person run through of it. Dustin Cravens, I've heard the people say that the game plays faster with the new rules, but I've kind of seen the opposite. Seems to me big damage, especially single damage, especially big damage, is harder to pull off, like no perplex and no single target pulse wave. Most games go to time now. That's what I've seen.
I haven't practiced a ton with it.
I played a ton, and we get in so many more turns. So I think what they mean by faster is turns, and you get a lot more turns in. You get a lot more attacks, a lot more turns, and you're not just setting it up. Like, you know how you set up a Vulture turn and it's like legitimately 30 minutes? That stuff just doesn't happen much anymore. You end up attacking. It reminds me of old school things. I love it personally.
Cool.
I agree, and that's been my experience so far as well. Does the captain, Eric Adams, does the captain sidekick gimmick encourage unthemed team? So basically, is captain sidekick viable across sets here?
No.
No.
No, I would say it is in the sense that if you want to play captain and sidekick, you will have to go non-themed because you're gonna mix match Fantastic Four and Wonder Woman, and you probably aren't gonna have keywords that match.
Yeah, I think we need we need more figures. If these are the only 2 sets with it, then it's not good enough. But if they continue with it, it could be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then Charles Constant, will the Dark Knight chases from Rebirth see play with the Secret Six chases coming? No.
They're not good enough.
They weren't good enough a while ago.
Yeah.
No, except for Tyler playing Barbie Toes.
Yeah. That went very well.
Sean Casey, thoughts on the Sinister Six characters? I guess he means Secret Six. Secret Six characters with the Apocalypse Prime making them horsemen.
I don't think there's many interactions that help it too much. Steel Energy is like pretty good on Sky Tyrant because he's going to be on his last click a lot and he has Flurry. But that's about it. None of them really help Scarab that much. So probably not.
Mm-hmm. Christian Bojan, which utility support characters do you like best from the set? Commissioner?
Commissioner.
Commissioner.
Chip.
And Chip. Those are the 2.
Chip, Commissioner, and Scarab, frankly, right? I mean, he's your outwit TK, double,
Support.
triple perplex, 18 range, 90 attack, hits everybody no matter what they do.
Mm-hmm. That's all true.
All true.
Best investments in the set so far, from Pancho Ronquillo.
Cases.
Yeah, cases. That's true.
Anything that gets you 20 UPCs to get the buy it by the case.
Yeah.
Yeah, you ideally want to be sending out 6 of those, I guess, right? Like, to hopefully
1
get
per
everything.
address. They can.
It's one per address.
One per household.
Wow.
So you need to find some friends.
I need to make some friends. God damn it.
Yeah,
Wow.
and then hit up your grandma or your mom and be like, "Hey, can I use your address to get some more Heroclix?"
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I will do that for reference.
Which is fine. I mean, I think it's a good thing because you do get the scalpers or the people who do buy way too much Heroclix and will use that and potentially get all of them because they are a limited supply before people who, like little Timmy, who opens up his brick on his birthday.
Oh, I didn't realize they were limited.
Yeah. So I'm okay with it. It kind of stinks, but you know what? Almost everything is limited nowadays. Like you're limited to 1. So
You're limited to the ability to go out. You're limited to the ability to breathe right now without a mask. Yeah, I get it.
Soon.
Yeah, PS5. Only could get one per household.
Yep.
Unless you buy 2 different places. But.
McConnell Lamar is double firstborn viable.
I wish.
In Tyler's dream world, it's viable.
I don't think it is.
Secondborn, though. Wait for secondborn, my friend.
Yeah.
Second and thirdborn teamed with firstborn. That's going to be dope.
Matthew Gronhide, what is the scariest aspect of inviting Scott Cramton onto your show?
Ooh, that's a good one.
I think the scariest, there is no scary aspects for me, because if I'm scared of having somebody on the show, I would have pushed them off. So Scott was like, hey, because we asked for people to be on the show, and Scott was like, hey, I'd like to be on for the Wonder Woman set review. And I'm like, that sounds good. If I did not think that sounded good, I would have given Scott some excuse.
Well, Daniel, that is a really nice thing to say, but foolish mortal, because while I've kept you on this, I've stolen your tractor.
Oh my God!
I mean, not physically a different person that I hired, but you get the point.
Right. And what's funny about it is that if any of us say anything in the show, there is post, right? I do edit the show, so
yeah, that's true. Unlike my show,
that's scary.
Post. My post is like 14 and a half seconds. It's as fast as I can get it out.
Most of the time, I'm talking 99% of the time, I don't have to do any editing, maybe even more than that.
He just has the ability to.
I just have the ability to.
This is why we don't invite Scott to the live streams.
Yes.
Well, I think for me personally, though, was Scott on the show, the scariest part for me was that I was afraid he was going to take the whole show talking about his awesome adventure in Camp D&D Online.
Which you should go to campdndonline.com.
And what's funny, Scott, is that I moved out to the country, so I would most certainly know if you hired someone to come steal my tractor.
I don't even play Heroclix, Dan. I never did.
This was all a ploy to get your tractor.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of a better way to get a tractor.
He's hired body doubles every event.
Oh my
gosh. I don't know what I'm doing. I just move the figures around the board, and PJ's in my ear talking.
Oh gosh.
That's funny.
Oh man, that's hilarious. All right, so let's wrap it up. We did it in 2 sessions this time, but it's still 5 hours.
Yeah.
So final thoughts, Alex.
Go buy a case of this, at least one. And we didn't talk about her, but the Ellie's okay. She's not a bad piece.
Fun.
Yeah, fun piece. But yeah, that's it for me.
Tyler?
This is a great Wonder Woman set with no good Wonder Woman in it. Sad.
I think you should spend a lot of your Heroclix competitive time making peace with the idea that you might not play objects anymore.
Yeah.
That is a viable idea, that objects are probably the best thing in the game right now, and it might be wiser to play zero.
Yeah.
I'm leaning literally towards that.
Well, thanks for joining us, Scott. It was
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate the tractor.
Yeah. Thanks for not being scary.
Yeah.
At least you didn't take a zero turn. That's the.
Oh, true.
That's true. And thanks everybody for listening to Clixed Off today. Hope y'all have a great time.
See ya.
Woo!